Committee will please come to order. Quorum being present. The committee meets today pursuant to notice to consider H.R. 2474, the Protecting the Right to Organize Act of 2019. Chair announces that any requests for recorded votes may be rolled pursuant to Clause 2, Rule 11 of the Rules of the House and Committee Rule 13B. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 1, the chair may recess the committee at any point. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Today we're here to mark up H.R. 2474, the Protecting the Right to Organize Act, or PRO Act, the most comprehensive legislation in recent history to strengthen workers' right to organize and bargain for higher wages, better benefits, and safe working conditions. Labor unions have long fueled our nation's prosperity, protected the health and safety of American workers, and protected a strong middle class. When union membership was at its peak around 30% of the workforce between the end of World War II and 1973, wage growth and worker productivity rose steadily together, creating an economy where most workers and families could achieve a basic standard of living. But in the last 4 decades, union membership has plummeted while income inequality has soared. Despite the clear benefits of strong unions, just 1 in 10 workers is currently in a union member, and only 6% of private sector workers are union members. Over the course of several legislative hearings this year, the committee members heard compelling testimony on how this trend has contributed to stagnant wages and financial insecurity for workers and their families. Low union membership certainly does not mean that American workers have given up on unions. In fact, according to a poll of workers across the country conducted by MIT, 48% of non-union workers say they would vote to join a union if given the opportunity. What is keeping them from doing so are toothless labor laws, aggressive employer opposition to unions, and relentless political attacks that have dismantled workers' right to organize. To make matters worse, the National Labor Relations Board, the NLRB, under the Trump administration has taken steps to permit employers to gerrymander union elections, misclassify employees as independent contractors, and punish workers for exercising their First Amendment rights. Meanwhile, the NLRB has proposed substantive rules that will roll back protections for workers with joint employers and promote decertification elections. The PRO Act would deter employers from violating workers' rights to form unions in 5 key ways. First, it authorizes civil monetary penalties for companies that violate the NLRA and inflict serious economic harm to employees, such as firing union supporters for engaging in protected activity. There's currently no civil penalties for employers who violate the law, leaving no deterrent for employers who choose to violate workers' rights. The PRO Act finally put some teeth into the NLRA. Second, the PRO Act would streamline procedures to guarantee swift remedies for workers. Currently, even if a worker proves that they are unlawfully fired for organizing, they may have to wait years before being reinstated and receiving back pay. The PRO Act would guarantee temporary reinstatement for workers whose cases are found to have merit while the cases are being adjudicated. It would also make the National Labor Relations Board orders self-enforcing like those of any other federal agency. Third, the PRO Act would protect integrity of union elections by banning employers from requiring employees to attend captive audience meetings. These meetings force workers to hear anti-union rhetoric meant to spark fear and uncertainty. The PRO Act provides for remedies when employers interfere with union representation elections. It also establishes mediation and arbitration procedures to encourage employers and unions to reach a first collective bargaining agreement. Fourth, the PRO Act would modernize labor law by clarifying when employees and employers are covered under the National Labor Relations Act. Too often, employees misclassify their employees as anything but employees to avoid their legal obligations to workers. The PRO Act safeguards against these practices. The PRO Act also protects workers' First Amendment rights to engage in peaceful picketing and other free speech activities. And finally, the PRO Act fosters transparency so employees know their rights under the law. Under labor laws, other labor laws require employers to post notices of employees' rights, like Title VII of the Civil Rights Act, the Family and Medical Leave Act, and OSHA. The PRO Act will similarly guarantee employers notify employees of their rights. The PRO Act would also require employers to disclose how they are spending money on both direct and indirect persuader activities against unions, so employees understand how their employers spend money during representation elections. At its heart, the legislation before us today is about restoring workers' right to organize and restoring balance to the economy. By passing the PRO Act, we can take an historic step towards improving the quality of life for workers and their families across the country. So I urge all committee members to support this legislation. Chair, I now yield to the distinguished ranking member from North Carolina, Dr. Fox, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Imagine a situation where your private information is shared without your consent. You are required to pay hundreds of dollars a year to a political organization that you do not support in order to work. You are forced to declare your support to that organization publicly, and critical information about the finances and activities of the organization, which claims to represent you, is withheld from you. You may think I'm describing an Orwellian nightmare, but I just laid out several of the many indignities which will be inflicted upon American workers if H.R. 2474, the legislation we're considering today, becomes law. Members of this committee know that union membership is on the decline, while at the same time unemployment rates are at historic lows and the disparities in income inequality have shrunk. With a constantly shrinking membership base, union bosses are desperate to retain power, so they are now exerting their political influence and demanding radical changes to national labor laws that will allow them to coerce workers further, line their own pockets, and bolster their own agendas. It isn't surprising. We know that the largest federation of labor unions in America spends more than 3 times as much money on political activity as it does on its stated goal of representing workers. Instead of increasing transparency and accountability to serve their members better and become more attractive to workers, big labor is demanding that House Democrats ram through H.R. 2474, a sweeping and radical wish list designed to appeal to union bosses and liberal Democrat primary voters, not American workers. Also included in this union boss wish list, masquerading as legislation, is a card check scheme that sets up a biased process in which a union can automatically be certified as the workers' bargaining representative without ever winning a secret ballot election. This same undemocratic policy, which turns our justice system's presumption of innocence on its head and deprives workers the essential right to a secret ballot election, was rejected by Congress the last time Democrats controlled the House, Senate, and White House. Congress shouldn't be in the business of denying workers voting rights. Congressional Democrats select their own leadership by secret ballot and are hard at work ensuring the same right applies to workers in Mexico. Why do the Democrats want to deny that same right to Americans in the workplace? Equally invasive and risky is a provision that requires employers to hand over reams of workers' private personal information to union organizers, including home addresses, cell phone and landline numbers, personal email addresses, and more, without workers having any say in the matter and without any assurances that hackers won't have a field day with the information. Mr. Chairman, instead of considering this radical bill today, this committee should be scrutinizing the widespread brazen lawmaking by United Auto Workers, UAW leaders who betrayed the trust of 150,000 American auto workers. The details of this widening corruption scandal are disgusting. High-ranking union officials are being investigated and indicted for spending workers' hard-earned union dues on lavish personal expenses. What's more disturbing is that H.R. 2474 will make these shameful episodes of union corruption even more common. The legislation doubles down on the lack of transparency in union spending and activities. Instead of strengthening union reporting requirements to the federal government, the bill would overturn right-to-work laws passed in 27 states, Under H.R. 2474, workers who don't want to join a union and don't wish to be represented by a union will still be forced to pay millions of dollars to the labor union in their workplace, even if union leaders use these dues on sports cars, golf trips, and parties, like they did at the UAW. The bill before us takes our labor laws backwards. The future of work in America should not be governed by the radical and coercive policies contained in this legislation. H.R. 2474 will subject more workers and businesses to union harassment, force more workers into one-size-fits-all union contracts, and increase disruptive and economically painful strikes and boycotts, returning America to the chaotic labor landscape of the 1930s. American workers are benefiting from the strong economy bolstered by Republican-led tax and regulatory reform. Wages are rising, unemployment is at near record lows, and millions of jobs have been created since President Trump took office. Individual freedom, innovation, and pro-growth economic policies create the best path forward for workers and job seekers, not more coercion and red tape. Members should oppose this radical, backwards-looking bill, which diminishes the rights of workers and employers alike, while providing a political gift to union special interests. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Without objection, all other members who wish to insert a written opening statement into the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by the end of the day. House rules require a copy of the measure to be made available to members and the public at least 24 hours in advance. Since we're using an amendment roster pursuant to Committee Rule 12E and as discussed at the committee's organizational meeting and pursuant to notice for today's meeting, a copy of the measure was made available to members and the public at least 48 hours in advance, and priority will be given to amendments submitted to the committee in at least 24 hours in advance. This means for the bill being marked up today, the committee will use the amendment roster. The bill shall be open to amendment at any point. We'll take up amendments in the order listed on the roster. Committee will allow members to offer amendments listed on the roster out of order to the extent practicable and in a manner not prohibited by House or committee rules. Amendments not listed on the roster will be considered at the conclusion of the consideration of the roster. Additionally, the chair may allow members who have more than one amendment to a bill to offer those amendments en bloc to the extent practical if they so desire. First reading of the bill, the committee is now proceed with the consideration of the bill, H.R. 2474, for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk will designate the bill.
H.R. 2474, to amend the National Labor Relations Act, the Labor Management Relations Act, 1947, and the Labor Management Reporting and Disclosure Act of 1959, and for other purposes.
Thank you. Without objection, first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Second reading of the bill, without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Any amendment shall be offered, shall be considered as read. If there's one amendment, the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474, offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia.
I now recognize myself to discuss the amendment. Well, first, without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text and open to amendment at any point. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize myself to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Basically, there are 6 substantive changes. First, the amendment in nature of a substitute reiterates the requirement that the NLRB submit an annual report to Congress summarizing case activities and operations for each fiscal year. The NLRB these detailed reports every year from 1936 to 2009, but discontinued the practice after Congress enacted the Federal Reports Elimination and Sunset Act of 1995. That law eliminated numerous agency reporting requirements, but the passage of time has made it clear that the detailed information contained in the annual reports are of real value and are necessary to inform the public and ensure effective congressional oversight. Second, the amendment requires employers to to maintain the existing terms and conditions of employment unless the union and employer mutually agree to the change. This prevents employers from implementing unilateral changes over the course of bargaining and prevents employers from declaring an impasse in order to act unilaterally. This provision responds to the finding from the Health Subcommittee's May 8, 2019 hearing on the PRO Act. Third, the amendment in nature of a substitute prohibits employers from withdrawing recognition of a union without an election to decertify the union. This practice is called anticipatory withdrawal. On July 9, 2019, the Republican members of the NLRB permitted employers to withdraw recognition of a union within a 90-day window before the expiration of a collective bargaining agreement if the employer has evidence that the union has lost majority support. This new standard forces a union to file for a new representation election within 45 days of the employer's notice in order to regain recognition, even if the union can demonstrate majority support before the election through signed cards or petitions. The amendment ends this draconian standard by requiring a decertification election before an employer can withdraw recognition and avoid its duty to collectively bargain with the union. Fourth, the amendment codifies an administrative provision in the NLRB's 2014 election rule, requiring that when an employer provides a union with a voter registration list prior to a representation election, such list must be in a searchable electronic format. Fifth, the amendment codifies the NLRB standard for employee use of employer-provided electronic communication system to engage in protected concerted activity. This provision codifies the NLRB's decision in Purple Communications, which held, absent special circumstances, employees who have been given access to their employer's electronic communications have a right to use those during non-working time for union organizing and other concerted activities protected by the NLRA. Electronic communications have an ever-expanding role in the modern workplace, and the law needs to protect employees' rights to join together to improve their wages and working conditions. The amendment balances this aspect of the right to organize with employers' property rights by allowing employees such access unless the business has a compelling justification. And sixth, the amendment prevents employers from gerrymandering union representation elections by codifying the standards set forth in the NLRB's 2011 specialty healthcare decision. Specifically, the amendment provides that when a labor organization petitions for a representation election, the NLRB must find that the proposed unit of employees appropriate if those employees share a community of interest, and if no excluded employees share an overwhelming community of interest with those inside the proposed unit. This standard was upheld in 8 separate U.S. Courts of Appeals. Under the Trump administration, the board established a new standard for determining an appropriate unit, which allows employers to gerrymander the voter union to include employees who do not share an overwhelming community of interest. Rather, if a union objects to the expansion of the voting population, they must prove that excluded employees have meaningful, distinct interests that outweigh similarities to the unit members for the purpose of collective bargaining. Under this change, employers can game union elections by forcing the election to include employees who have never expressed an interest in joining a union, and the amendment restores the traditional test for determining an appropriate bargaining unit. These six provisions further the purposes of the National Labor Relations Act to encourage the practice and procedure of collective bargaining and to protect the exercise by workers of full freedom of association, self-organization, and designation of representatives of their own choosing, the purpose of negotiating the terms and conditions of their employment or other mutual aid or protection. With that, are there other members that wish to be recognized on the amendment in nature of a substitute? Gentleman from Georgia, seek recognition.
Yes, I have.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute opposition.
Are you
But I'm opposed to the amendment. This radical partisan legislation we are considering today, misleadingly titled the Protecting the Right to Organize Act, grants unprecedented power to union bosses at the expense of their workers and job creators. This is truly unfortunate. My Democratic colleagues would have you believe that the situation facing American workers is dire. I'd like to set the record straight. Workers and their families are benefiting from a booming economy, the best economy in the world. Job opportunities are increasing, wages are growing, and income inequality is shrinking, and blue-collar workers are playing a monumental role in these reversals. When I talk with union members, everyone is working to the point that they cannot fill apprenticeship openings. But rather than build upon these successes with policies that promote individual freedom and bolster hardworking Americans, the Democrats are pushing a labor union boss's wish list masquerading as legislation through this committee. The underlying bill is terrible for workers, but the Democrats have managed to make this bill more extreme and more anti-worker by offering this amendment in the nature of a substitute. First, the amendment codifies the Obama NLRB's 2014 specialty health care decision. This radical ruling made it much easier to form micro-unions in workplaces around the country. Specialty health care allowed unions to gerrymander the workplace and win an election simply by handpicking a small group of the right employees for the union. In 2017, the NLRB wisely overturned specialty health care and returned to the long-standing test, the Community of Interest Standard, which is a common-sense standard allowing the NLRB to evaluate the interest of all employees, but those in the proposed union and those outside the proposed bargaining unit. Codifying specialty health care, as this amendment would do, would wreak havoc for employers and result in gerrymandered micro-unions at workplaces around the country. Second, a new provision in the ANS would force many small businesses to close down. Typically, collective bargaining agreements are renegotiated periodically to reflect changing needs, financial stability, and bargaining priorities. But this amendment locks in costly and out-of-date provisions simply because the two sides reach an impasse over the next contract. If a union is happy with the contract, this eliminates any incentive for them to renegotiate, no matter what it means for the business owner. A great deal for powerful union bosses, but a bad deal for small businesses operating on thin margins in their workforce. Third, this amendment overturns a National Labor Relations Board ruling that would allow many workers to vote on the union representing them for the first time ever. In the interest of union democracy and accountability, early this year, the board ruled in the Johnson Controls case that an employer could withdraw recognition of a union if it had evidence that the union had lost majority support. If the workers wish to retain the union as their representative, all the union would need to do is refile a petition and win an election. Not a problem if the union maintains the support of workers that it claims to have. Over 90% of workers represented by a union today have never voted for the union that represents them. This amendment makes that lack of accountability even worse. In the 12th District of Georgia, our people demand choice, and we're sick of this one-size-fits-all top-down federal control. This is not what the future of work in America should look like. It is an insult to all Americans who work tirelessly to pursue the American dream. And I yield back.
Are there other comments on the amendment nature for substitute? Gentlelady from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today across Northwest Oregon, workers are actively fighting for fair contracts and a voice on the job. More than 20,000 grocery workers represented by the United Food and Commercial Workers Local 555 are installed contract negotiations with Fred Meyer. 4,500 public university employees represented by SEIU Local 503 at Oregon's 7 publicly funded institutions voted to authorize a strike if a new contract deal is not reached. And thousands of SEIU Local 49 optometrists, X-ray technologists, vocational nurses and custodial workers are preparing to strike at Kaiser Permanente hospitals, medical office buildings, and other facilities. They're fighting for better wages that keep up with the cost of living. They're fighting for income equality, their improved working conditions, safer staffing, and retirement security. The presence of a unionized workforce helps raise the standards for wages and working conditions for all workers. Unionized workers have better access to paid sick leave, paid holidays, and retirement benefits. Unfortunately, under the Trump administration, the National Labor Relations Board has worked to reduce the collective power of workers and limit their ability to have a voice on the job. These attacks on unions have left more people struggling to make ends meet and without a meaningful path to advocate for themselves. We should be making it easier, not harder, to form unions and collectively bargain. More workers would join a union if given the choice, but many fear retaliation for supporting or engaging in organizing efforts. According to a study from the Economic Policy Institute, companies threaten to close shop in 57% of union representation elections. In 34% of representation elections, employers fire workers who are organizing during the election. And in 47% of representation elections, employers threaten to cut wages and benefits for workers if they unionize. And in 54% of representation elections, employers use captive audience meetings to interrogate and intimidate workers about their union support. Under the National Labor Relations Act, these unacceptable tactics to intimidate, coerce, or fire workers involved in union organizing are illegal, but the penalties are insufficient to be an effective deterrent for employers. The current law does not require companies to post notices informing workers about their rights under the National Labor Relations Act, and many workers are not aware of their right to join a union. When I was in the Oregon legislature, I helped to ban captive audience meetings at the state level. These rights should be protected for every worker in the country, regardless of where they live. They should be able to focus on their job, not listening to anti-union messages from their employer. I'm an original co-sponsor of Chairman Scott's Protecting the Right to Organize Act to streamline procedures to make sure that workers' rights are protected and any violations are addressed efficiently and effectively by the National Labor Relations Board. The bill would establish penalties for unlawful tactics by employers that discourage workers from organizing. The bill also prevents workers from being misclassified as independent contractors, making sure that they receive full protections of the National Labor Relations Act. Additionally, the bill would create a mediation and arbitration process to make sure that employers and newly formed unions reach a first contract. Unions helped build the middle class and can help rebuild it again. The PRO Act is a comprehensive step to make sure that workers have the right to join a union and negotiate for better wages, stronger benefits, and safer working conditions. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment in the nature of a substitute and the underlying bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The other comments on the amendment nature of a substitute, gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm so proud to be an original co-sponsor of the PRO Act and to have this chance to speak in support of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. I want to thank you for your leadership on this bill that will do so much for the working people of this country. I've spent most of my career as a union organizer, and I know firsthand the transformative power that comes with the ability to organize. Right now, way too many people are working 2 or 3 jobs and 12 to 14-hour days just to make ends meet. Income and wealth inequality are at historic levels, and working people are suffering in an unfair economy that favors the ultra-rich. One way to level the playing field, in my mind, the most important way to level the playing field, is to restore workers to the organizing force they once were, before special interest-funded attacks crippled union membership. The PRO Act is the vital, urgent solution we need that will result in higher wages, safer working conditions, and a fairer economy for all. The PRO Act restores decades-old promises made to working Americans that they can come together to advocate for better wages, safer workplaces, and the basic human dignities that all workers deserve. It will prevent employers from stonewalling workers' right to organize, and it will tackle one of the biggest threats to workers' rights in recent memory, so what I call right to freeload laws. The evidence is clear. These laws have resulted in substantially lower union membership in every state where they've been passed. This has reduced wages and benefits for all employees, union and non-union alike, and it has silenced workers by suppressing organizing efforts. Meanwhile, the purported justification for these laws promoting economic growth has proven bogus. Studies have shown that there is zero correlation between right-to-freeload laws and increased employment, manufacturing, or attracting new employers. I came to Congress to raise the standard of living of working people. This bill is going to do that. Again, thank you, Chairman Scott, for your leadership, and I strongly urge my colleagues to support this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The other comments on the amendment nature of substitute? Gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I speak in strong support of H.R. 2474, the Protecting the Right to Organize, or the PRO Act. It's refreshing that this committee, which has reported out our nation's landmark labor law, is once again championing policy that will restore the ability of our workers to collectively bargain for a better standard of living. The data show conclusively the benefits of unionization for workers and employers alike. Here are the facts. Union employees make an average of 30% more than non-union workers. 92% of union workers have job-related health coverage versus 68% of non-union workers. Union workers are more likely to have guaranteed pensions than non-union employees. Unions are also ensure that workplaces remain safe for workers. A 1% increase in the unionized workforce is associated with a 2.8% decline in the rate of workplace fatalities. For employers, unions increase worker productivity and lower turnover, which increases their overall revenue. These are the facts. The PRO Act recognizes that our economy works best when workers are put on a level playing field with employers. Both sides of the aisle understand that our labor laws are relics of an old economy when the worker-employer relationship was dramatically different. A symptom of that has been the decline in union representation from a high of 33% in the 50s to a low of 10.5% as of last year. And with declining unionization has come declining wages and increasing income inequality. What the PRO Act will do is modernize federal labor law for today's economy, preserving our workers' choice to join a union and fight for better wages and working conditions. An increasing number of non-union workers would vote to join a union if they could. So let's give them that choice and make our economy work again for the whole, not just the few, by approving the PRO Act. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Other comments on the amendment nature substitute? Gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike last word. Mr. Chairman, this country was founded so that all Americans could have the freedom to succeed. One way that we promote this opportunity is through policies and laws that allow people the liberty to work, which in turn makes us more competitive in the business market. Thankfully, my home state of Virginia is a right-to-work state, and because of this, Virginia has once again ranked as the #1 state in which to do business by CNBC. This bill, H.R. 2474, would inappropriately preempt and prohibit right-to-work laws in 27 states that value and protect this fundamental right. This is unacceptable. And an even further affront to liberty, this bill abhorrently violates the privacy of workers by forcing the sharing of their personal contact information with union organizers, even when this has been shown to enable harassment and intimidation of those very workers. The PRO Act would have grave impacts on our workers and businesses at a great cost to the fabric of our workforce. Every American deserves the right to create their own success from their own volition, free of the requirement that they join an organization simply to hold a job. Simply put, as our founding father and fellow Virginian Thomas Jefferson said, to compel a man to furnish contributions of money for the propagation of opinions which he disbelieves is sinful and tyrannical. I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing this bill and stand for the freedoms and success that our founding fathers believed in. With that, I yield back.
Other comments on the gentleman from New York?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word on the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As this committee knows, I have not been shy here or another place about sharing the pride I have for having grown up the son of a pipe fitter, member of Plumbers and Pipe Fitters and United Association, as well as being the husband of a retired middle school teacher. I know personally the benefits that labor unions can have for working-class families, and I'm proud to be here today to fight for those rights to organize. And I remember at the dinner table each night, my dad talking about the importance of unions and what it meant to his life and to his 5 children, each of whom had the opportunity to go to college as a result of his being in organized labor. Unfortunately, over the past few decades, my home district of Rochester, New York, like much of the nation, has seen consistent attacks on the rights of workers to organize. So I want to emphasize how important unions are to middle-class families and why this legislation is so desperately needed. We know that on average, union workers earn a higher wage than those not in a union. We know union workers are 26% more likely to be offered health insurance than those not in a union. And we know that while the union population of the country has declined, it is not due to the lack of interest, but the lack of strong labor laws that support our workers. We all want to see the middle class succeed and grow. This piece of legislation will do just that for millions of workers. By passing this legislation, Congress will be sending a very strong message that every worker throughout this country has the right to organize for fairer wages, benefits, and working conditions. My commitment to union workers and the right to organize remains as strong as ever. Unions help build this country, and this body has a responsibility to ensure that lasting benefits are felt by millions of workers around the United States. I'm pleased to join with my colleagues in support of this bill, Mr. Chair, and I look forward to favorable passage out of this committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the remainder of my time.
Amendment, gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wilson.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
As chair of the Subcommittee on Health, Employment, Labor, and Pensions, I fully support the PRO Act and am proud to have convened 2 legislative hearings on it. Just 1 in 10 American workers is currently a union member. This rate is at an all-time low. In fact, the last time there were so many Americans in unions was in the 1930s, just before the initial passage of the National Labor Relations Act. The low union density results in large part because of toothless labor laws and employer opposition to unions. Moreover, the current system allows employers to misclassify workers and delay union organizing with little to no liability for the employer. However, it is important to note that American workers have not given up on unions. In fact, support for unions has reached a 4-decade high. We know that unions are helpful in reducing poverty, addressing the gender pay gap, increasing access to health care, and increasing social mobility. When union membership was strong, the middle class was strong too. It is time to restore protections and empower workers to reach their economic potential. The PRO Act will provide critical protections to employees who have had their voices suppressed and rights violated for far too long. The PRO Act levels the playing field for workers by establishing meaningful penalties for companies that violate their employees' rights and authorizing civil penalties for employers that retaliate against workers who seek to join a union. With the passage of the PRO Act, we will finally be able to shield workers who are unlawfully fired for organizing. No worker should fear or be forced into financial hardship because they choose to advocate for themselves. And that is why the PRO Act will again foster great transparency so employees clearly know their rights under the law. I fully support this important legislation, which will help to reverse decades of wage stagnation, income inequality, and pervasive employer intimidation. Workers deserve the right to negotiate for a fair share of the wealth they create. I thank the members of the Help Subcommittee and Chairman Scott for working with me to restore and protect workers' rights. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you. Other comments on the amendment? Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Ladies recognized for 5 minutes.
I urge support and passage of the PRO Act, the common thread that runs throughout our nation's landmark laws, from the Sherman Antitrust Act of 1890 to the Norris LaGuardia Act of 1932 and the National Labor Relations Act of 1935, is that Congress, including members of both parties, have taken action when market forces alone proved insufficient to protect workers or build an economy that benefited everyone. Those laws proved that government and free market principles could seamlessly coexist and yield significant results. Strong union membership has not only been shown to increase productivity and reduce turnover, it also gives the middle class more purchasing power. A 2018 study examining 80 years of data found that union membership was consistently associated with wages that were 13 to 20% higher than similar non-union workers. Unfortunately, the common thread that has held our middle class together has frayed over time through successful lobbying, anti-union marketing efforts, new laws, and the appointment of management-friendly jurists. Today, just 6.4% of private sector workers are unionized, a 25% decrease from the 1970s, and a 30% decrease from the 1950s. And that decrease is not a reflection of union apathy, as some opponents of labor argue. Recent polling shows that 62% of workers want to unionize, but current rules put workers on unequal footing with management. Management employs unfair methods to avoid organized labor by simply misclassifying workers as independent contractors, even though they control the manner and method through which the work is completed. A 2015 study found that between 10 and 20% of employers misclassify at least one worker as an independent contractor. The PRO Act evens the playing field by creating a presumption that a worker is an employee capable of unionizing unless, 1, the worker is free from control in connection with her work, 2, the work is performed outside the usual course of the business of the employer, and 3, the worker is customarily engaged in an independently established trade that involves the type of work performed. And as workers continue to fight for better wages, wages that have stagnated in recent years, management is free to hold as many captive audience meetings as they'd like, for as long as they'd like, and force employees to hear anti-union rhetoric leading up to union elections. Labor groups simply cannot compete. They can't compel meetings, and if they want to campaign, it must be off-site and after working hours. The PRO Act evens the playing field by outlawing mandatory captive audience meetings, because the freedom to associate or not associate should also include the freedom not to listen. Our economy is built off the backs of our workers. It's time we pass legislation that recognizes the value of our workers and their right to organize. Workers deserve a seat at the table because our economy does best when it grows from the middle out and not from the top down. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to pass the PRO Act out of committee. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Other comments on the amendment? Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Shalala.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Ladies recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership and for holding this committee markup on such critical legislation. Yes, the economy is working well for the very wealthy, but for so many working families and so many of my constituents, they're left behind. At my town halls and phone calls, letters to my office, and in daily conversations, I hear about unaffordable health care, skyrocketing housing costs, and crippling student debt. Too many of my constituents are working more than one job to make ends meet. No working parent should have to choose between paying rent and putting food on the table for their children. It's on us to do something about it. Because workers have been systematically stripped of their power to stand together and to bargain for fairer wages, for benefits, and for working conditions. Frankly, it's a failure of policy employers have been able to exploit weak labor laws as union memberships has plummeted. But the PRO Act does something about it. It protects the right to join a union. It restores fairness for working families. I strongly support this substitute and the underlying legislation. I yield back.
Thank you. Others wish to be recognized. Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
5 minutes.
Thank you. I would like to speak. There's been a lot of things said about what this bill does, and this is the perspective coming from an individual that worked in a factory and did manage that factory later on. And employers care about their employees. This bill is nothing more than the Democrats in the United States Congress trying to interject themselves into the employee-employer relationship. We did research, and I heard a lot of numbers mentioned, but I'd like to put some things out here. We heard about right-to-work states and how wages are better in other states. But here's the facts from the United States Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics. Between 2001 and 2019, 7 of the top 10 states with the greatest wage increase are states that have right-to-work laws. The highest being North Dakota with an increase of 110%. What we need to do here in Congress is make sure that we allow individuals and their employers to decide how they want to treat their employee-employer relationship and not have mandates from Washington, D.C. thrust upon them because we think they know better than they do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. Other comments? Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
Thank you, Chairman, for holding this markup and certainly for bringing to us the PRO Act.
Gentleman moves to strike the last word. Recognized
Yes,
for 5 minutes.
Giving American workers a voice, an effective voice in the workplace. No owner ever is successful on their own. It takes that relationship. Balanced, fair is something that has been void in the American workplace over the last 30 years. The fundamental balance that should be taking place has been changed by previous Congresses over the last 50 years. Today, we start to move to change that. We hear a lot about the unions. I spent close to 40 years as a worker, as a representative for the workers that I represent on the job, and now as a representative here in Congress, bringing some of those unique perspectives. Job safety, something we had testimony on here a few times, talking about how it's overregulated. If you've been on a job where somebody has been killed, you'll never forget it. That happened to me 3 times. So when we talk about safety and the bargaining representatives that fight for that, it's incredibly effective to bring safety to the job so every person goes home. A 40-hour work week, child labor, OSHA. These are the things that have been bargained for over the years, and some of them have made it through Congress. So today it is about fairness and balance. Over the course of the last 20 years, you saw the gap increase literally year by year between those who are the workers and those who are the owners. The fact that we haven't passed and changed the law for minimum wage in over 11 years fundamentally goes to why we're here today. And I want to again thank the chairman for the PRO Act and having this discussion. So today's not about calling names. It's about trying to work across the aisle so everybody in America can make it, not just those on top. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Other comments on the amendment? Gentleman from California, Mr. Cano.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I strongly support the PRO Act. It's a critical piece of legislation that strengthens federal laws that protect workers' rights, to organize a union and collectively bargain for better wages and benefits. rights that have been eroding because of attacks by employers and Republicans. In 2018, there were about 16 million unionized workers in this country, which is a slight decline from 2017. Since 1979, the percentage of workers represented by unions has declined by more than half, moving from about 27% of the workforce to just 11% in 2018. Contrary to what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would like us to believe, unions are popular among American workers. This decline in union membership is not because American workers don't see the value in unions. In fact, according to the MIT report that the full committee chairman, Mr. Scott, referred to, 48% of non-union workers would like to join a union if they could. The reality is that employers are aggressively waging a campaign against unions and against the best interests of their workers. Even though it is illegal for employers to intimidate employees that want to join unions, it is still happening. The PRO Act will ensure that penalties are enforced and work to put an end to these anti-union activities. Unions are critical to reducing inequality and ensuring that workers receive fair wages, great benefits, and safe working conditions. Unions raise wages for both union and non-union workers, and it's great for the economy. As members of Congress, we are charged with putting forth the best legislation that will help the American workers, and that is exactly what the PRO Act will do. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the amendment in the nature of a substitute and oppose any harmful amendments to water down the legislation and vote yes on the underlying bill. American workers are counting on us to do the right thing. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The other comments on the amendment? If not, are there amendments to the amendment? Well, I'm sorry, gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Haley. Ms. Haley Stevens.
Mr. Chairman, I wish to strike the last word. Okay. Being from the great state of Michigan with strong roots in the labor movement, I know firsthand the benefits of robust union participation and what it has meant to the regional economy that I represent, the growth of our middle class and uplifting people out of poverty. I am so proud of this committee's efforts to expand labor representation, protect workers' rights, restore the value of work, and guarantee the earned pensions of our retirees. As a co-sponsor of the Protecting the Right to Organize Act, I am supportive of the goals outlined in this legislation. Having spent a career working at the intersection of industry and government, I know the importance of meaningful stakeholder engagement. And in order for us to fulfill the goals of a 21st century labor movement, we must acknowledge that workers today have more freedom than ever before to make a living in a non-traditional work environment. And in order to meet the practical needs of the jobs of the future, we certainly must thoughtfully set the table by making sure that our national labor laws reflect the changing nature of work. And I am certainly interested in bringing in all of our stakeholders and making sure that they are at the table with us, including our small businesses and our franchises and our gig economy workers. Our economy is absolutely transforming, and labor has a value to provide to all of the workers who are counting on us with this legislation. As work continues to evolve and new types of arrangements between workers and their employers emerge, we also want to critically examine how our national labor laws are organized so they do not inadvertently stunt economic growth, which is what we are doing here today. This obviously is coupled with expanding access to labor representation and ensuring that Americans are able to make a living wage on one salary and negotiate for a fair wage. I urge my colleagues to join me in passing this bill, and I look forward to working with my colleagues and industry stakeholders and labor unions as this legislation moves forward. So thank you, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Thank you. The other comments on the amendment? If not, are there amendments to the amendment? Gentlelady from Florida, have an amendment? The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474, offered by Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes to discuss her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
It's been.
The amendment will clarify that misclassifying employees as independent contractors violate the National Labor Relations Act. It will do so by providing that it is unfair. It is an unfair labor practice for an employer to communicate or misrepresent to an employee that they are not an employee, when in fact they are an employee, and thus cannot exercise their rights under the National Labor Relations Act. The misclassification of employees as independent contractors is a pervasive issue that hampers workers' ability to organize. A 2015 study on misclassification found that between 10 and 20% of employers misclassify at least one worker as an independent contractor. Moreover, workers are also misclassified as supervisors or as other non-protected classes by employers seeking to identify their rights under the National Labor Relations Act. It is time to protect workers' rights to organize by outlawing misclassification. Under the NLRA, collective bargaining rights and protections are extended to employees, not independent contractors. Current law gives unscrupulous employers an incentive to misclassify workers in order to prevent union organizing. During our second legislative hearing for the PRO Act, we heard testimony from the former general counsel of the NLRB about the prevalence of misclassification and why it should be recognized as an independent, unfair labor practice. This testimony noted that when employers misclassify their workers, they send a signal that workers' organizing activity is futile. It is already illegal for an employer to tell employees that they cannot exercise their rights. Telling an employee that they are not an employee is no different. During that same legislative hearing on July 25th, we heard from Jose Alvarez, a 26-year-old misclassified truck driver for XPO Logistics. He testified that XPO has hindered his right to organize by incorrectly classifying him as an independent contractor, while also exercising control over his daily work as if he is an employee. Without this amendment, employers like XPO will continue to evade liability for misclassifying their employees. This amendment is especially timely since Republican members of the NLRB recently issued a decision in the Velox Express case finding that an employer does not violate the NLRA when it misclassifies workers. This amendment is necessary to protect workers' right to organize, and it will deter employers from misclassifying their employees. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Gentlelady from North Carolina, Dr. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment imposes yet another regulatory burden and another potential penalty on employers while continuing to leave union violations of the law untouched. The Fair Labor Standards Act and the Internal Revenue Code already impose large penalties on employers for misclassifying workers. Another layer of red tape is not necessary. This amendment is merely another effort by the Democrats to eliminate independent contractor status so organized labor can subject every worker in America to a one-size-fits-all union contract. More union contracts are a bad deal for the innovation economy, a bad deal for consumers, and a bad deal for workers who desire flexibility and entrepreneurship. But it's a great deal for union bosses. Rather than increase penalties and regulatory burdens for employers as a way to boost labor unions, this committee should be increasing transparency and accountability for labor unions. Perhaps if unions were better serving their workers rather than spending workers' hard-earned dues money on sports cars and golf trips like at the UAW, workers would not be fleeing in droves, and union bosses would not need to demand their political allies tilt the playing field in their favor. This amendment limits worker flexibility and punishes entrepreneurship, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it.
Thank you. The other comments on the amendment?
Yeah.
Young lady from North Carolina, Ms. Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Young lady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in favor of Congresswoman Wilson's amendment because it reverses what I believe to be a wrong-headed decision by the NLRB in Velux Express. Worker misclassification is a real issue. A worker that's classified as an independent contractor is not entitled to a minimum wage, not entitled to overtime pay, not entitled to workers' comp or unemployment insurance, and not even entitled to protection under OSHA. And under the purview of the NLRA, it is not able to be represented by a labor organization. Studies have shown that upwards to 20% of employers misclassify at least one employee, with the biggest violators being in our construction and home care industries. We cannot allow our workers to be shortchanged of their rights due to misclassification by unscrupulous employers. And when an employer incorrectly informs a worker that they're not an employee, it essentially tells them they have no rights under the law. And when an employer does that, it chills other workers performing similar functions from exercising their rights as well. In today's economy, with the changing nature of work, there's a healthy debate regarding who is considered an employee. Different laws will have different tests, and reasonable minds can differ as to which test under which statute best reflects the work of today's laborers. However, reasonable minds cannot differ on whether employers should, under federal law, be able to misclassify their workers. Representative Wilson's amendment gets at the spirit of what we hope to accomplish today, and I urge the full committee to support its adoption. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The other comments on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida will say aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
No.
Ayes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is ordered and will be rolled towards the end. Are there other amendments? Gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474, offered by Mr. Levin of Michigan.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would allow workers petitioning for a union election to decide whether they want to conduct representation elections at their work site, electronically, by mail, or at a neutral location. I offer this amendment to ensure that employers do not interfere with elections. In many cases, even after a union has presented proof of majority or supermajority support to an employer, the employer will still seek to delay unionization by forcing an election. Practically, this allows employers to drag out the process in order to engage in a full-on anti-union campaign designed to sow fear and discord among employees. Employer coercion is staggering. One study found that employers threatened to close the plant in 57% of elections, discharge workers in 34%, threatened to cut wages and benefits in 47%. Workers were forced to attend anti-union one-on-one sessions with a supervisor at least weekly in 2/3 of elections. And to be clear, that's your boss calling you into their office, closing the door, and telling you, I'm not telling you how to vote, but just between the two of us, I think this union thing would be really bad for the company. Do you understand? I mean, the coercion involved in that, 63% of the time. And in 54% of elections, they use such sessions to threaten workers outright. We must do whatever we can to ensure that elections are free from interference and intimidation. Under my amendment, if employees feel that they can't receive a fair vote on the employer grounds, they can simply request that the election be held off-site at a location not owned or controlled by the employer, or they can decide to cast votes by allowing mail-in or electronic ballots if the employees and prospective union members wish, as has happened for many years in the rail and airline industries. And I want to just say that the memories in my own life are so clear of trying to help workers organize, and the atmosphere on election day and what they have to go through is so charged. Often, I organize many nursing homes, and often the management of the nursing home would sort of form a gauntlet that people would have to walk down in order to get to the room or the location where the voting would take place. You know, just think if you had a town with all Democratic representatives and a Republican was trying to get elected, and the voters, in order to have to vote, had to walk into the Democratic Party headquarters and cast their vote for a Republican, or vice versa. You know, it's not really about which party it is. It's simply that there's an inherent coercion in having the election take place in the work site if the employer wants to create an atmosphere of intimidation. So I urge everyone to vote yes on this, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from North Carolina, Dr. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment will allow union elections to be conducted electronically through certified mail or at a location other than the one owned by the employer, as Mr. Levin has said. Currently, union elections typically take place at the business the union is seeking to organize and are administered and overseen by NLRB officials. Mail ballots are rare, and electronic voting in union elections is illegal. Democrats allege that it's unfair to make employees vote on the premises of a business that is against the union. But this amendment introduces yet another opportunity for union fraud and abuse, and another opportunity for organizers to harass workers. Union elections typically take place at the employer's on the employer's premises because they can be administered and closely monitored by NLRB officials who prevent wrongdoing. HR 2474 already forces employers to turn over their employees' personal information to union organizers without any penalty if a union misuses that information, sells it, or allows it to be hacked. This amendment would increase the likelihood of workers' information falling into the wrong hands by allowing electronic voting for unionization, not to mention, again, fraud. The risk of hacking, fraud, and abuse is one of the primary reasons that states do not allow electronic voting for elected office. The risk is just the same for union elections, perhaps greater when union bosses who have a track record of crime and corruption have so much to gain. The Democrats seem to be more concerned about the possibility of Russia interfering in elections than interference in elections by their union boss friends. This amendment is just another attempt to rig the rules in favor of union bosses. Perhaps if they spent more than 10% of their enormous budgets on union organizing, or attempted to organize more than 0.6% of newly eligible workers, amendments and legislation rigging the system wouldn't be necessary. I urge my colleagues to protect election integrity in the workplace and reject this amendment. I yield back.
Are there other comments on the amendment? Gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Norcross. Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I'd like to thank my colleague, Representative Levin, for this amendment, which is very simple. Provides flexibility, prevents the discomfort. Let's be real clear on it. The discomfort and the pressure put on an employee when he goes to vote at the site of the employer. You know, I've talked about my history. I've served in organized labor. I've experienced many union elections myself. I've heard the stories about the pressure workers feel by their employers, how they feel like their job is on the line. They can be threatened if they don't do the right thing. Now think about the worker who are forced to vote against their employer's preference in their employer-owned workplace. Imagine what you would do if you had to place your vote for president at the White House and walk past President Trump. Now, some people might enjoy that, but the fact of the matter, most people would be concerned about their job. It's not only awkward, but it's life-changing that you could lose your job. We should pass this common sense amendment to provide flexibility so workers can vote for or against their union at home by certified mail or a third-party location. I urge all my colleagues to vote for this common sense amendment. This is not something radical. It's about providing access so there can be a fair election with no interference from either Russia or Ukraine. I yield back the balance of my time.
Okay. Are there other comments on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin. All in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
No.
Ayes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested, and they'll be rolled to the end.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Harder, it's an amendment. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474, offered by Mr. Harder of California.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Support of this amendment.
Collective bargaining and the formation of unions set the stage for the creation of the largest middle class in human history. But over the years, our unions have declined, and so has the middle class. It's no coincidence. One of the reasons they've declined is intimidation and union busting. It's up to us to fight back. Companies should not be able to intimidate workers out of exercising their rights to organize, join a union, and bargain for better wages and benefits. We know this firsthand in the California Central Valley. We need more jobs that provide a livable wage, and our families need more health benefits. Unfortunately, under current law, there are no tangible legal deterrents to stop bad actors from chilling an employee from exercising their rights. We saw this problem play out in a public arena just last month. After an organizer offered assistance to employees at Barstool Sports, the company's founder, Dave Portnoy, tweeted, "If you work for Barstool Sports and DM this man, I will fire you on the spot." This kind of threat to block workers from organizing is blatantly illegal under the NLRA. But the law has no real safeguards for protecting workers who want to organize. And nothing in the NLRA meaningfully protects the employees from being threatened. While the PRO Act takes strong steps forward to adopt reforms, this legislation is incomplete because it does not include penalties for other forms of unfair labor practices, such as threats of termination. My amendment will authorize the NLRB to assess civil penalties for any violation of the NLRA. My amendment also leaves in place the PRO Act safeguards to make sure the NLRB's civil penalties will be proportional. My amendment will finally fix this loophole by establishing a meaningful deterrent and protect workers from bad actors. Our families need good-paying jobs, and this amendment allows workers to fight for them. I urge a yes vote, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. Comments on the amendment? Gentlelady from North Carolina, Dr. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment takes federal labor law even further away from the careful balance that has been struck for more than 70 years, in which wrongdoing is remedied rather than punished. It is yet another one-sided Democrat attack on employers. The vast majority of unfair labor practice charges against employers never make it to the point at which civil penalties would be assessed, even under this bill. And yet Democrats are sending a clear signal with this bill and this amendment that they're out to punish employers financially in order to enrich union bosses. And let's remember that the underlying bill fails to hold unions accountable for their own wrongdoing, fails to hold unions accountable. Democrats won't utter a word about the rampant corruption at the UAW, where union bosses spent millions of workers' hard-earned dues on lavish personal expense. They won't utter a word about the well-documented instances of harassment and intimidation resulting from card-check union certifications that this bill permits. They won't do anything to close the loophole that allows union violence so long as it's for, quote, legitimate union objectives, end quote. They simply seek to punish employers in order to enrich and empower union bosses. Federal labor law for decades has struck a careful balance between the rights of employers, employees, and unions. Democrats' radical proposals in this bill, including this amendment, throw all of that out the window because they are more interested in punishing businesses and workers than in remedying wrongdoing. I urge my colleagues to reject this additional attack on American employers and to reject this amendment. I yield back.
Any other comments on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. All in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
No.
Ayes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
The vote will be rolled to the end. Are there other amendments? Gentlelady from
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474, offered by Mrs. Strahan of Massachusetts.
Gentlelady from Massachusetts is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would make it an unfair labor practice for employers to engage in offensive lockouts. Offensive lockouts occur when a company expels its union-represented employees from the worksite, locks the gate, and refuses to permit them to return to work unless they accept the employer's proposal. Employers can use offensive lockouts to gain leverage at the bargaining table. The NLRB not only permits these preemptive lockouts, but employers can bring in temporary replacements for the duration of the lockout. Section 8A1 of the National Labor Relations Act prohibits employers from interfering with, restraining, or coercing employees in the exercise of the rights guaranteed in Section 7 of the Act. However, subsequent Supreme Court and board law has allowed employers to violate Section 8A1 by permitting offensive employer lockouts. Offensive lockouts are a direct attack on workers' rights to be in a union and maintain a bargaining position. Indeed, workers outside of a bargaining unit cannot be locked out. Offensive lockouts are very different than defensive lockouts, which arise when a union goes on strike and the employer refuses the union's request to return to work without an agreement. Last year, in my district, the British multinational energy company National Grid locked out 1,200 gas workers who are members of United Steelworkers and who maintain gas lines for homes, schools, and local businesses. National Grid demanded sweeping concessions from the union, and for over 6 months, those workers lost their wages and health care as they struggled to make ends meet. Offensive lockouts essentially restrict workers' ability to engage in robust and meaningful bargaining by allowing employers to retaliate against them for the positions they take in negotiations. It's also a blatantly anti-union activity. No employer would ever lock out non-union workers. Offensive lockouts are inherently destructive of employee rights to join a union and collectively bargain, and there is no reason these should remain a lawful economic weapon in the arsenal of employers. My amendment puts an end to this practice. It prohibits employers from engaging in offensive lockouts, and in doing so, prevents employers from snatching away workers' livelihoods simply to leverage their bargaining position. I urge a yes vote and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment's another attack on the rights of employers and their ability to do business in the United States. H.R. 2474 repeals the longstanding bans on disruptive, intermittent strikes and damaging secondary boycotts, subjecting just about any business in America to union harassment. This amendment would make it such that only a union, never an employer, can respond in the event of a collective bargaining impasse. Simply put, it would deprive the ability of a business owner to decide when to lock the doors of his or her own business. That's right. The government would dictate that you can't decide when to lock the doors to your own business because that takes power away from union bosses. Democrats have made clear with H.R. 2474 that they wish to return to the 1930s, where rampant destructive strikes made doing business nearly impossible for many Americans. This amendment makes it clear that the Democrats just want to make sure those disruptions take place on the terms of their political allies, big labor. A vote for this amendment is yet another vote to empower union bosses at the expense of employers. It is another attack on small business owners, and yet another way this bill would make it less attractive to do business in America. I urge my colleagues to stand up for the rights of America's small business owners and reject this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Are there other comments on the amendment? Gentlelady from Washington. It's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to strongly support the amendment offered by my colleague, Representative Trahan. It is unconscionable that employers can currently lock out, suspend, or withhold employment from workers before a strike, all to ensure that the employer has a stronger position at the bargaining table. Mr. Chairman, we are in a new gilded age of profound inequality. On the one hand, a very small number of people have tremendous wealth, and on the other hand, both middle and low-income households are just struggling to get by. From 1963 to 2016, the highest wealth families enjoyed fivefold in their already staggering assets, while the lowest wealth families saw their security dwindling away, going from no wealth to $1,000 in debt. The top 5% collect 23% of the nation's household income, leaving everyone else struggling to pay for their basic needs like rent and food. And about a quarter of U.S. households report that they wouldn't have access to just $2,000 if they faced a sudden economic crisis. These sharp disparities worsen when you factor in race and gender and age. For older adults, the top fifth of households had the very comfortable average income of $398,000, while the middle fifth of households brought in a modest $53,000, and the lowest fifth had to survive on merely $14,000 a year. Black, Latino, and Native households face a persistent income and wealth gap that was made far worse by the Great Recession. And women face a gender wage gap, earning less median income than their male counterparts. This inequality is harmful, but it is not inevitable. We in Congress can reverse this disturbing second Gilded Age, ensuring enough for all. And that's why I'm such a proud co-sponsor of the PROUD Act, because it's clear that unions significantly reduce inequality. When workers can speak up and can organize, when workers can join together effectively, when workers can collectively bargain, that is when we make a dent in persistent inequality. Unions are crucial for reducing the gender wage gap. Hourly wages for women represented by unions are 23% higher than for non-unionized women. Unions are also crucial for reducing pay disparity and addressing discrimination experienced by workers of color. In fact, one peer-reviewed study found that higher union density would decrease the wage gap by up to 30% for Black women, and that higher union density would result in $49 a week in additional pay for Black men. Declines in union density closely correlate with our nation's uptick in income inequality. Let me say that again very clearly. More union density, more equality. less union density, less equality. So it's no surprise then that workers' approval for unions keeps rising. In workplace after workplace, workers are unionizing and trying to collectively bargain. But our outdated labor laws aren't giving these brave workers the protection they need. It's obvious to anyone who has ever had a boss that there's a big power difference between a worker and her employer. Our labor laws should help even out that power imbalance so that workers aren't in danger of being harassed, fired, or even blacklisted when they speak up. We need the PRO Act, and we need Representative Trahan's amendment so that workers can continue to speak up and make their workplaces more fair and more safe, so that workers can earn decent wages and benefits, and so that we can reduce the persistent inequality that's harming people across this nation. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and to support the underlying bill. I yield back.
Thank you. Are there other comments on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Massachusetts? If not, the question is on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment would say aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
No.
Ayes appear to have it.
I ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Recorded vote is requested and will be rolled. That ends the amendments listed on the roster. We understand there are other amendments that will be offered, and
Mr. Chairman,
gentleman from Georgia.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman from Georgia has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474, offered by Mr. Allen.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Connecticut.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen, is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of his amendment.
The amendment I provided protects workers' freedom to decide for themselves whether to join and pay a labor union. This amendment is about choice. Democrats and union bosses insist that the right to work undermines workers' right to organize, but this is a misleading talking point. The right to work in no way imparts the right to organize or the process by which they do so. 27 states have passed right-to-work laws, including my home state of Georgia, and they experience higher rates of employment, job growth, and population growth, greater cost of living, adjusted income, and lower welfare rates than their forced union counterparts. The record is clear. Right-to-work states are doing better. But more important than the economic justifications for right to work is the moral one. The First Amendment protects Americans' freedom of association, which includes the freedom to refrain from association. No one should be forced to fund a private political organization just to keep their job. Americans understand and support this basic principle, which is why, by a 2-to-1 margin, they agree that no one should be forced to join or pay a union as a condition of employment. Right to work makes union more accountable and responsive to their members because unions have to earn the support of their workers. Just last month, Richard Trumka, president of the AFL-CIO, and a Democratic witness who testified in support of this bill, called the U.S. Supreme Court John's public sector right-to-work ruling a wake-up call, even going as far as to say, "A weird part of me says thank you." Democrats bemoan the so-called free rider problem of workers who opt out of union membership but are still covered by union contracts. But this is a problem of the union's own creation. Those workers are not free riders, but forced riders, forced to accept representation from the union even if they wish to represent themselves, because unions bargain as the exclusive representative. Republicans would be happy to entertain a conversation about allowing workers to opt out of unions and represent themselves while allowing unions to represent dues-paying members only. But unions oppose these reforms. In the meantime, the most important labor reform Congress can make is to protect the states and to free workers from being forced to join or pay a labor union simply in order to keep their job. At the very least, we should let states make this decision for themselves as they have done for decades. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. This would strike the fair share provisions of the PRO Act. Unions are, actually, it's question of fair share. It's called a fair share. That's because unions have a legal duty to represent all workers in a bargaining unit, even those that are non-union. So the union members are forced to pay for benefits that non-union members enjoy. Once a union has been selected by a majority of the employees, that union, under present law, has a legal responsibility to represent and advocate for all employees equally, even those that did not vote for a union and those that are not paying dues. All the workers receive a benefit, and no one should get a free ride. For example, if a worker files a grievance, the union must represent that person without regard of their membership in the union. That can be costly, as arbitration requires the union to expend resources on lawyers as well as arbiter fees, which can run from $1,000 to $2,000 a day. Likewise, when a union hires economists and other experts to bargain for raises or benefits, everyone in the bargaining unit benefits, regardless of whether or not they are members. Since all workers receive a benefit, no one should get a free ride. States are currently prohibited from voluntary agreements between unions and employers that require employees to pay the cost of collective bargaining and representation. This undermines the effectiveness of collective bargaining by creating the free rider problem. The PRO Act permits unions and employers to voluntarily agree to assess fees from employees who benefit from the costs that are incurred by the union, and that's, in my judgment, only fair. So I oppose the amendment and yield back the balance of my time. Are there others that wish to be recognized? Gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I wish to speak in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure whether my good colleague from Georgia knows this, but these right to freeload provisions were created in the beginning of the 1940s with the sole purpose of undermining worker organizations in this country. There's really no parallel elsewhere in society of having a law that requires an organization to represent everybody covered equally, but allows anybody to pay or not pay for that representation as they choose. The only outcome of that is to sow dissension and to undermine the ability of that organization to survive. Imagine a country club where everyone has to be allowed to join regardless of whether they feel like paying or not. Imagine a chamber of commerce where you say, well, this is, I'll take one of my areas, the Macomb County Chamber of Commerce. Well, all businesses in Macomb County get to be a member whether they pay the dues or not. The chamber would go under in a minute. The purpose of right to freeload laws is to undermine collective bargaining in the United States. That's the only purpose for them. And the idea that everyone should be allowed to gain the benefits of collective bargaining without paying their share to simply administer the contract is outrageous. In fact, multiple human rights organizations have determined that the United States is out of compliance with fundamental human rights norms, and in fact with the ILO conventions on freedom of association at work, because of these right to freeload laws. The idea that we're sitting here talking about this is outrageous. I'm telling you, I came to Congress to support workers having more voice and power in this country, and we are going to eliminate these tools to sow dissension among workers and to undermine their organizations, which prevents us from having a viable middle class in this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady from North Carolina, Dr. Fox, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll wait till you reset the clock. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the logic of comparing forced membership in a union to membership in a Chamber of Commerce just doesn't quite make sense to me. Democrats bemoan the so-called free rider problem of workers who opt out of union membership but are still covered by union contracts. But this problem is of unions' own creations. Those workers who are not free riders, but forced riders, forced to accept representation from the union, even if they wish to represent themselves, because unions bargain as the exclusive representative. Republicans would be happy to entertain conversation about allowing workers to opt out of unions and represent themselves, while allowing unions to represent dues-paying members only, but unions oppose those reforms. So again, the logic seemingly presented by the comparison just doesn't make any sense.
Will the gentlelady yield?
Not until I finish. It seems to me this is an absolute violation of the First Amendment. That's what we're about here. Democrats want to take control of everybody's life in this country from before birth until death. And this is one example of how they want to do it. Force people to join a union whether they want to or not. The right to work is what it says, the right to work, without being coerced into joining a union or any organization for that matter. This country was based on freedom. That's what Republicans fight for every day, freedom. And we have a terrible tide in this country right now trying to take away our freedom at all places. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady from California, Ms. Davis is recognized for 5 minutes to yield to the gentleman from Michigan.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I want to yield my comments to Mr. Levin, but I also want to say, you know, one of the issues that we all deal with is insurance. You know, and it sounds like, you know, my friend and my colleague is talking about people being able to get all the benefits of insurance, but not being included in it, not having to do anything to receive that insurance. And for many people who are involved and having been on a school board and been basically a manager as a school board member, we dealt with these issues a lot and tried to find some way of accommodating some of the concerns that people have for any number of reasons. But there was never a sense that somehow they shouldn't be engaged in getting insurance. We all know that if we're going to be on the road, that's what we need to do. And that's part of the concept here, and I yield to Mr. Levin.
I thank you for yielding. I just want to remind us of what our labor law regime is. In 1935, the Congress passed the Wagner Act, and unlike some of the many comments from my colleagues about they don't want government interference with employers or we shouldn't be doing this, our regulation of the relationship between employees and employers regarding collective bargaining has been a federal matter preempting the states from acting on it since 1935. So it's not a question of whether we do this, it's just a question of what the right way to do it is. When we passed the Wagner Act, or the National Labor Relations Act, we chose a model, or our forebearers did. It was called exclusive representation and a democratic choice. And what we said was, or what the Congress said was, the workers in a given workplace will decide whether they want to have a union or not. And if they vote to have a union, then that union will be the exclusive representative of those workers in that workplace. And that's not union bosses or anybody else. That is the regime that we set up, so that it's our design. Now, when my colleagues say, oh, they want to talk about reform, I say, let's have at it. That would be great. Do you want to have elections in all U.S. workplaces once a year to decide who should represent the workers? That would be awesome. Do you want to say each worker in America should have the freedom to join any union any day they want? That would be terrific. But all you want to do, really, is to destroy the power of collective bargaining in America. You have destroyed the middle class in this country through having the uniquely, among all advanced industrialized countries, the most anti-worker system of collective bargaining in the industrialized world. We've got to correct that, and that's what this bill will do. Thank you.
Thank you. The other comments on the amendment? Gentleman from Tennessee.
Just to my colleague, well, we'll point out with him something. He mentioned that there were free riders. And I guess he doesn't know about the EMTALA law passed in 1986. It says, and I've abided by it before there was an EMTALA law, that anyone who comes to a hospital that receives Medicare or Medicaid payments, that we treat those patients regardless of what they can pay, whether they're legally in the country, they receive the benefit. So this is not the only thing that you're talking about. And I think certainly in right-to-work states, which Tennessee is, we're doing extremely well in our state, and many other right-to-work states are also. And if you look at the forced union states around the country, they're not doing as well economically. I yield back.
Other comments on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No. The noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested, and that'll be rolled to the end.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized. Wait a minute. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474, offered by Mr. Allen.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of this amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment protects workers' ability to revoke their union membership or union authorization card at any time. The authorization card serves as a formal endorsement of the union as a workers' exclusive bargaining representative, and a worker should have the ability to change his or her mind and rescind the authorization. Again, this amendment is about worker choice. This amendment protects workers' ability to exercise their federally protected right to leave their union on their own terms, not the terms set out by a union that is not serving their needs. Workers might wish to leave their union for any number of reasons. One such reason is unfolding before us as we speak, as the United Auto Workers Union is under federal investigation and has had a litany of current and former officials indicted for corruption and racketeering, including spending workers' dues on lavish personal expenses like a $350,000 Ferrari and two $37,000 pens. Moreover, as this committee has heard many times in recent years, workers are often harassed, intimidated, or even tricked into signing authorization cards without fully supporting or being aware of what signing the card signifies. Additionally, as we have had many hearings here in this body on multi-employer pension plans, they're upside down, and these workers are very concerned about their retirement. They should be. So what about giving them the opportunity to participate in a 401k and use their union dues to do that, to ensure that they get a retirement benefit? Union bosses are more concerned with concentrating power and wealth than they are with actually protecting workers' rights that might interfere with that goal, which is why they seldom make workers fully aware of their ability to opt out and make the process of doing so prohibitively difficult. Revoking their union membership or their union authorization card is an important avenue for workers to demonstrate that they no longer wish to have the union speak on their behalf. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle may respond that there currently exists a window to end union dues checkoff and a path to decertify a union. But let's be clear that the window to end dues is just a few days each year, and the window to decertify the union can be as rare as 30 days every 3 years, depending on the length of the collective bargaining agreement. This is far from an open and transparent opportunity for workers facing poor union representation. Over the last 10 fiscal years, Department of Labor Enforcement has resulted in over 1,000 union indictments and convictions. Workers represented by these and other unions need to be able to hold the union accountable. This amendment in no way changes workers' rights to organize or unions' rights to negotiate, nor does it change the process to decertify a union. It merely lets workers revoke their endorsement of the union as their representative. Union bosses should not be able to impose arbitrary restrictions or barriers to the exercise of workers' rights. Workers should be free to exercise their right to opt out and end union dues deduction or revoke their authorization at any time. And that is what this amendment would do. A vote for this amendment is a vote for workers' rights on the job. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment so we can see clearly whether they are here to enrich, empower, and protect union bosses or to stand up for the rights of American workers on the job. And I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, is recognized for 5 minutes in opposition of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just some brief comments. I appreciate what my colleague, Ms. Fox, had to say, that America is based on freedom, but the freedom to organize is a freedom. That should be protected by the United States. I believe it's protected by the Constitution, the Bill of Rights. What this amendment seeks to do is essentially create chaos, to seek to divide and conquer. There is a process that's in place. First of all, there's a decision by workers to organize. They have to vote to do that. And then there's the exclusive right to bargain once that's done. And I think, frankly, this avoids chaos. You don't have 5 different unions bargaining the same way. You have an exclusive bargaining organization, and this is intended to try to provide, it seems to me, some degree of stability within the organization. It shouldn't be all the rights are on the side of the aggregation of capital, and there's no rights on the aggregation of labor or members of labor to collectively bargain to make sure that those rights are guaranteed. It's particularly notable, and I appreciate my friend Mr. Levin's comments on this. It's notable when you recognize, and I think Mr. Chairman, you said this as well, that once you're certified, you have an obligation not only to negotiate on behalf of the union members or those who voted for the union, but you have an obligation to support everyone in the bargaining unit, even those who are non-union. So with that obligation, with that responsibility, you have to make sure that there are clear lines of being able to do that effectively. And so this notion that you're somehow going to create chaos by encouraging people to go outside the existing system, to me, undermines those freedoms. I agree. Again, I'll close where I started, which is America is all about freedom, and the freedom to organize is as fundamental as any right that we have. So I would argue against the amendment.
Others wish to speak on the amendment? Gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to point out one fact. My good friends on the other side of the aisle are so eager to vilify union leaders. And by the way, any American worker knows that their boss is the company they work for, and they elect their union. So the whole thing about union bosses is just this ideological attempt to undermine workers' organizations. But my good friend mentioned this union corruption with this Ferrari. The Ferrari in the case of the corruption in the Chrysler Training Center scandal was bought by Alphonse Jacobelli, a Chrysler executive who initiated the wrongdoing there. That's who bought the Ferrari, Mr. Allen. And people are so eager to vilify the union that they even turn the employer's wrongdoing into the union's wrongdoing. The federal government is investigating the case of the wrongdoing of company and union leaders. I strongly support that investigation, but let's keep the facts straight. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The others comments on the amendment? Not. The question is on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. No. Noes appear to have it.
Chairman, I request recorded vote.
Recorded vote is
Yes,
requested.
recorded
They'll be
vote.
rolled.
Mr. Chairman,
Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474, offered by Mr. Thompson.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of his amendment.
All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. My colleagues, this amendment is very straightforward, and it's respectful, completely respectful and transparent on something I think that we all can agree upon, and that is the employee's right to know. This amendment ensures that employers notify workers of all their labor rights, not just those that enrich and empower the unions, union bosses. Federal law protects workers' rights to leave their unions and opt out of all or some of union dues, which can total hundreds of dollars per year. Moreover, workers maintain the right to pursue decertification of their union if they no longer wish to have the union serve as their representative. Those are the rights of employees, and they need to be informed of all rights. Unsurprisingly, union bosses have often failed to fully educate workers about the right to opt out of or decertify. In addition, excuse me. In addition, the window of time which unions allow workers to end dues deduction can be as little as just a few days each year, and workers are only allowed to file a decertification petition during a short window period once every 3 years, depending on the length of the contract, and the process to exercise either option are complicated and cumbersome. And that's why employees should have access to all that information in making whatever decision that they choose to make. Now, just as it is important that workers know their right to organize, which despite Democrat rhetoric has not changed in over 70 years, it is equally important that workers know that they can save hundreds of dollars per year by opting out of the union and have an avenue to remove the union if they are unhappy with it. Now, this amendment simply guarantees that H.R. 2474's mandated NLRA notice posting include these federally protected rights that union bosses don't want workers to know. Now, it guarantees balance in the information employers and required to provide to workers. Now, this amendment simply ensures workers know the rights that are available to them. I urge my colleagues to adopt this common sense pro-worker amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. The comments on the amendment. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment. The PRO Act will require the notice of employee rights for the first time since the Wagner Act was passed 84 years ago. Employees need to know their rights and protections in an impartial and balanced manner. Under the PRO Act, the NLRB is given discretion to specify the content of the Notice of Employee Rights and Protections, and in my experience, the board does a great job of serving our workers and companies impartially. This amendment is one-sided against workers' rights to join unions and excludes the particular rights employees have to engage in certified protected activity for mutual aid and protection, which is the purpose of the Wagner Act, the right to join a union or refrain from joining a union, and the obligation of the employer to refrain from coercion with respect to employees exercising these rights. That's basically the information workers need. Further, unions already have an obligation to notify workers of their right to opt out of paying any part of their dues that are used for political activity pursuant to the CWA versus Beck Supreme Court decision. Moreover, this provision regarding dues opt-out rights is inapt because the NLRB notice posting is about the relationship between employers and employees, not between the union and its members or non-members. This amendment should be rejected as imbalanced and one-sided, and it does not strengthen or improve this legislation, so I urge a no vote. I yield back.
Thank you. Others speak on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. All in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The no appears to have it. be rolled.
I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman from Tennessee has an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474, offered by Mr. Rowe.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment states that labor union leaders must win a secret ballot election in order to be recognized as the exclusive bargaining representative for a group of employees. 46 years ago, I put on a uniform, left this country to serve the United States Army, 2nd Infantry Division, near the DMZ in Korea. And one of the rights that I fought for, and many others fought for, was the ability to vote for our elected representatives by a secret ballot, a most fundamental American right. Secret ballots guarantee individuals they can vote their conscience, free from any threat of retribution, and Congress must ensure these rights, that employees are protected throughout the unionization process. And we've talked about inequality. I can tell you where a billionaire doesn't have any more rights than you do if you don't have 2 wooden nickels to rub together, and that is a secret ballot. This amendment ensures that our labor leaders are elected democratically through the secret ballot election, eliminating the so-called card check automatic certifications in which a union can organize workers by potentially harassing or intimidating or misleading them into signing an authorization card. Over the years, this committee has heard testimony numerous times from witnesses about how they've been pressured by union organizers during elections. Under the card check scheme, union bosses can harass workers over the phone, email, or at their homes. Americans vote for representation in Congress by a secret ballot. Every member of this committee and every member, 435 of us, are all elected by a secret ballot, and the employees deserve the right to vote the exact same way. I say this as a joke, but it's not. My wife claims she votes for me for Congress, but I don't know that for a fact because it's a secret ballot, not a card check. Not only is every member of Congress elected by a secret ballot, but every congressional Democrat also votes for their own leadership by a secret ballot. And their constituents deserve the same privacy in the workplace. While congressional Democrats want to abandon American workers, 12 committee members, including the chairman, signed a letter demanding the inclusion of a secret ballot enforcement for workers in Mexico under the USMCA, and I probably would have signed the same letter. I agree with them on that. Why are secret ballot protections good enough for our neighbors to the south, but not our own workforce? Congressional Democrats are trying to deprive their own constituents the same right to privacy in the workplace that they exercise as members of Congress and seek to ensure for Mexican workers. Guaranteeing the right to a secret ballot for union representation isn't the right thing to do. It's just the right thing to do. It's also popular among the political spectrum. According to the 2015 polling of Opinion Research Corporation, 79% of union households, 81% of Democrats, 81% of independents support the right to a secret ballot for union organizing campaigns. The most essential right to a free and functioning democracy is the secret ballot. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment and protect their constituents' right to a secret ballot in the workplace, the same right we have for members of Congress and the same rights that workers in Mexico now enjoy as well. I yield back.
Thank you. The comments on the amendment? I recognize myself just briefly on the amendment. There are 2 ways to get recognized. One is a evidence of a majority, like petitions, with the consent of the employer, can agree to recognize the union and go forward. The other is to have the formal process of a secret ballot. What this amendment does is gets rid of the agreement process where both the union and the employer are in agreement, and it doesn't seem to me any reason to get rid of that. I yield back. Other comments on the amendment? Gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak in opposition to the amendment. Again, I can't think of any other area of economic life where we would prevent 2 private parties from entering into an agreement to proceed with a contractual relationship. Here, if 100% of workers sign cards or petitions saying, hey, we want to join a union or form a union, and the employer says, okay, great, that's fine, let's bargain a contract, we would prevent them from doing so. It's un-American, it exposes the uniquely anti-union bias of our country, and we can't have it. I yield back.
Other comments on the amendment? If not, questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. No. Noes appear to have it. Recorded vote is requested. Are there other amendments?
That amendment at the desk.
Gentleman from Tennessee. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, H.R. 2474, offered by Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Chair, I reserve a point of order.
The point of order is reserved. Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under current law, once a union's voted in, it never stands for re-election unless workers collect enough signatures to attempt to decertify the union. This amendment requires unions to stand for an automatic recertification election once the workforce represented by the union turns over by at least 50%. This amendment protects workers' ability to vote periodically on the union that represents them. I was raised in a union household. My dad was a member of the United Rubber Workers Union. He worked for B.F. Goodrich Company, and he worked in a factory on the line making shoe heels. And I watched his job when I was in the Army overseas get moved to Mexico. Despite a rapid change in workforce needs, many of today's workers have never had a voice on decisions of unionization that were made during my father's time in the workforce or even before that. Over 90% of workers represented by a union today never voted for that union that represents them. They either voted against a union or more commonly inherited a union that was voted in years or even decades before. For example, United Auto Workers organized the Detroit auto plants more than 70 years ago. Needless to say, no one who voted for the UAW is still employed there. Workers generations ago had their say on whether to join the UAW. Why shouldn't today's workers be allowed the same opportunity? And they can. It's legal in this country, and if they want to belong, they most certainly can do that. Members of this committee remain accountable to the people we represent every 2 years. Unions have no such accountability, and we've seen the results. Just look at the growing UAW corruption scandal that the House of Representatives has called for hearings on. Democrats wishing to insulate unions from accountability will say that workers tacitly endorse unions by re-electing union leadership or voting on new contracts. While both of these are important rights, they fall short of allowing workers to vote on the union itself. Moreover, Democrats will claim there already exists an avenue to decertify a union for disgruntled employees, but it's only available as rarely as 30 days every 3 years, depending on the length of the contract, and is subject to frivolous blocking charges from unions afraid to stand for re-election before their members. Importantly, we've seen union recertification experiment play out for the public sector workers on the state level. When unions are effective, workers re-elect them, such as in Iowa, where more than 90% were recertified. When they're ineffective, workers leave in droves and decertify their unions, as many have done in Wisconsin. Private sector workers deserve the same rights as public sector workers do. Reforms that increase accountability might seem like a threat to union bosses, but reforms such as the one proposed in this amendment will ultimately make unions more effective advocates for workers. If this committee is serious about strengthening unions and creating an economy that works for everyone, this amendment should be a common sense reform, and I urge my colleagues to support workplace democracy and workers' voting rights by voting in favor of this amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. If union members are dissatisfied with the union, you only need 30% to come forward to get a decertification election. This requires unions to spend money on an election whether they want it or not. The leaders are periodically elected, so it's not like you're stuck with what you get. They're periodically reelected, and so that's the no need for this amendment. And I yield back. Other comments on the amendment? Gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I just want to point out the how one-sided this is in essentially an effort to destroy collective bargaining. Other countries have representation for workers in all industries throughout their economy, representation for all workers. Other countries have bargaining by sectors, nationally, regionally, where all workers get to participate, elect people, bargain. Some other countries require employers to have 50% of their board consist of union members and workers from the company. Here, we have a system where workers can form a union if 50% or more than 50% vote to form a union. And then it's a democratic organization. We have laws that require it to be so. As you mentioned, they elect their leaders. If we really care about worker self-determination, you wouldn't just want to have elections all the time in unionized facilities. That's only 6.4% of the private sector, which is what the NLRA covers. You would want to have elections in every workplace. But that's not what you're proposing, because you don't actually want workers to have freedom to form unions and bargain collectively. Poll after poll shows that if there was a true free market for worker representation in this country, about a third of workers would probably be in unions. The high water mark in our history was 1947 and 1952, when each of those years, 35% of private sector workers were in unions. We've never come close to that in decades because this body has failed to protect the rights of American workers to freedom of assembly and freedom of organization. This amendment would further undermine their rights, and we must defeat it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Other comments on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. No. Noes appear to have it. Recorded vote is requested. That will be rolled. Are there other amendments to the bill?
Amendment, yes.
Gentleman from Tennessee has an amendment. Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474, offered by Mr. Rowe.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment amends the National Labor Relations Act to require separate secret ballot majority votes to ratify a collective bargaining agreement or pension plan agreement, to participate in a multi-employer pension plan, or to strike. This amendment allows workers to vote by secret ballot on workplace decisions with far-reaching impacts on their livelihoods and families. Workers should not be pressured, coerced, or misled into accepting a collective bargaining agreement, pension, or strike. Each of these directly impacts the ability of workers to put food on the table and provide for their families, and allowing union bosses pressure to influence these decisions is wrong. Union leaders negotiate collective bargaining agreements on behalf of a broad group of workers, but that does not mean that the deal works best for each individual worker. Similarly, multi-employer pension plans are faced with a major insolvency crisis, which we have discussed here now for years. While the union bosses might sell these plans to workers as a great long-term deal, workers should have the time to assess and reliability of these promises and vote accordingly by secret ballot, free of external pressure on whether to join a multi-employer pension plan. Finally, strikes can impose significant disruption and financial hardship on workers. And believe me, I have felt the pain of that as a young teenager and younger in my own family. Since union strike funds often compensate workers far less than their normal wage. This potential loss of pay warrants input from workers through a secret ballot. According to polling from the Opinion Research Corporation, 85% of union households support secret ballot votes to approve strikes. Let me say that again. 85% of union households support secret ballot votes to approve strikes. Union leaders may oppose this amendment because it makes them more accountable to the workers they claim to represent. But this common sense reform will expand the rights of workers while protecting their ability to collectively bargain for benefits and engage in strikes, which they can do. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
Thank you. The comments in opposition to the amendment, gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak in opposition to the amendment, because what I think, and maybe I misunderstood the gentleman, I think the idea would be to have persons without regard to their union membership vote on efforts to ratify a collective bargaining agreement, which I'm not sure I even understand the logic of that. If you're not a member of the union, you don't get to vote as it relates to ratifying a contract that the union negotiated. So I think you get to make a choice here, and I don't understand what would be how this would work, and nor do I understand how there's no precedent for any private organization that permit non-members to vote on internal affairs. It's unprecedented intrusion into the internal processing of unions. I think, again, it's an effort to undermine the basic notion of the right to organize, the right to collectively bargain, the right to advance the interests of people who choose to collectively bargain. So I think the amendment would weaken the act that is before us, undermines the NLRA, and I urge a no vote.
Others wish to comment on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No. Noes appear to have it. Recorded vote is requested, and that will be rolled. Are there other amendments?
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from Indiana.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman from Indiana has an amendment at the desk. Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474, offered by Mr. Banks.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
I reserve a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order is reserved. Gentleman from Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My common sense amendment would require an employee to provide proof of legal residency before any show of interest in joining a union could be considered valid. Current law requires that 30% of employees must show interest in joining a union in order to trigger an election. More than 50% of employees must show interest in order to bypass an election and earn potential card check recognition by their employer. Undocumented immigrants should not be able to force legal workers to join a union against their wishes by being counted toward those totals. Further, unions should not be allowed to use undocumented workers as pawns to pad their coffers with forced union dues. My amendment simply requires proof that union authorization cards have been signed by legal residents, and I urge its adoption. With that, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. The comments in opposition to the amendment? Gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I find this amendment from the gentleman to be, quite incredulous, because it is already illegal under federal immigration law to hire workers without proper documentation. And I believe in union elections, the burden should not have to be put on the union or the workers to demonstrate their eligibility to participate in such an election, and that the assumption should be that the employer has done all their due diligence, and the employer should not be able to be in a position of advantage because they may have not have followed all the procedures. So I think we should, with union elections, assume that the employer has done all its due diligence and has hired workers with proper documentation, and that workers who are indicating their interest in showing in unionizing should be able to participate. This is a redundant requirement, and I urge my colleagues to vote against this.
Thank you. The other comments? Gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in 1986, when the Congress passed the Immigration Reform and Control Act, I was a union organizer. And I saw the effect of that law. That's the law that we used for the first time to inject immigration enforcement into the workplace. And I think today we can admit it's been an utter failure, because it has done nothing to restrict illegal immigration to this country. And in fact, what it's done in terms of relations between employers and employees is allow employers to use immigration law to crush workers' freedoms to form unions and to reduce the living standards of United States citizens in this country. Employers hire undocumented people, whether knowingly or turning a blind eye, and then if the workers standing together, brothers and sisters, shoulder to shoulder, despite their status of documentation, say, we are being discriminated against, we are being abused, we're going to form our own organization, then the employer can call the government and do a self-raid to undermine the workers in the facility, documented and undocumented alike. So now here comes this suggestion that we should inject into workers' decision whether to form a union or not, a tool for employers to undermine their organizing effort further. It just boggles my mind. It would really further encourage employers to violate IRCA, and it would be harmful to our immigration laws because it would say that you could just continue to hire undocumented workers without limit, and then when it comes to a union election, you can just have them not participate. It would be harmful to our immigration laws, and it would undermine worker voice and power in our country. And I urge a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. The other comments on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Indiana. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No. Noes appear to have it. Gentlemen, ask for a recorded vote. That will be rolled to the end. Are there other amendments?
Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman from South Dakota has an amendment.
Yes, I have an amendment.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474, offered by Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Gentleman from South Dakota.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. And before coming to Congress, I spent a few years as a manager, as an executive with an engineering and consulting firm. And my favorite thing to do was identify great employees, people who were looking to do better, people who would work a little bit harder every day, people who made the real difference between us being a good business unit and us being a great business unit. My favorite thing to do was to find those people, identify them, and then reward them. And so this bill before you today, this is just a little thing. I mean, this fits on one piece of paper, one side of one piece of paper. And all it says is that employers should be allowed to provide raises, to provide bonuses, to provide merit-based compensation for those great employees. One thing that everybody in this room knows, we know at the deepest fiber of our being, and that is that great companies are great companies because of great employees. That is what powers a great operation. And I just want to make it clear that this little amendment would say that collective bargaining agreements would no longer hold employees back. They would act as a floor, not a ceiling. Employers would be able to go above that collective bargaining agreement. This amendment does not in any way affect workers' right to organize, the union organizing process, or the union's ability to negotiate over wages or benefits. The only thing it does is allow good employees to get a better wage, to get raises, to get bonuses. I think that's the kind of culture we want to further within these organizations. That's the kind of culture we want to further in this country. And I would ask my colleagues, Mr. Chairman, to support the amendment.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Oregon. Ms.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Although I appreciate the conciseness of my friend's amendment, I must oppose it. because it's not necessary. Nothing in the National Labor Relations Act prevents companies or unions from including incentive pay in collective bargaining agreements. There are collective bargaining agreements that agree to raises for performance. There's no need for this amendment because employers who want to give raises can do that. They can negotiate provisions in collective bargaining agreements. And in addition, permitting employers to reach separate agreements with individual workers outside of the collective bargaining process defeats collective bargaining, which is to ensure fairness in pay, promotion, and discipline without regard to race, gender, or nationality. This amendment would reverse legal consequences for employers who fail to bargain in good faith over wage increases. It also undermines the principle of equal pay for equal work. Unions negotiate critical provisions in collective bargaining agreements that ensure that all workers receive equal pay for equal work. And this practice has enabled unions to narrow the gender pay gap. On average, women in unions make 94 cents for every dollar paid to unionized men, and in comparison, women who do not have the benefit of union membership receive 78 cents for every dollar paid to non-unionized men. So this amendment would weaken the PRO Act and undermine the National Labor Relations Act. And again, collective bargaining agreements can agree to raises for performance. So I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The other comments on the amendment, gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chairman. I got to acknowledge up front that I'm a big football fan, and you know, you notice these plays where a quarterback takes the ball under center, the offensive line moves to the right, a running back follows behind him, quarterback appears to be handing the ball off to the halfback or the running back, but puts the ball behind his hip, turns and goes the other way. It's called misdirection, and that's essentially what this amendment is. Apologies to Mrs. Morelli, who hates when I use sports analogies, so I hope she's not watching this. But the gentleman, and I take him at his word, I understand that incentives can work. That's why they're built into the law already. There's nothing in a collective bargaining agreement that doesn't allow for incentive pay in those agreements. And if you want to have pay for performance, if there's certain standards that are met that are agreed to in advance, that allows for those merit-based pay. This is something much different. This isn't about building morale or building a workforce that responds. This is about making certain that you actually undermine the collective bargaining system. It also, frankly, creates discord, I would think, among workers when you find that there's an effort being made by leadership to go around a collective bargaining agreement, and who knows for what purposes. You could even, if you were more cynical than I, think that those incentive pays were being directed at workers who wanted to undermine the collective bargaining agreement altogether. So there is a method to do this. I agree with my colleague, Ms. Bonamici, who articulated this. There is a way to do it. There's incentive pay to build in. There's morale you can boost by doing that. But it's got to be in the context of collective bargaining agreement, and that's why I would urge defeat of the amendment.
Other comments on the amendment? Gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I associate myself with my colleague from New York's comments, although I can't keep up with him in the humor department. I would ask my good friend, Mr. Johnson, if he knows what the most heavily unionized industries in the country are, at least among the most heavily unionized, and that is motion pictures and professional sports. They're virtually 100% unionized. Obviously, they allow for incentive pay, for differential pay based on contracts. The biggest movie stars are members of SAG-AFTRA, and the rank-and-file person who's in there getting a few lines and breaking in is. And the collective bargaining system allows for everybody to have a fair deal, and for really unlimited, the only limits to what a collective bargaining contract can provide in terms of incentives and differentials and so forth are the creativity and genius of the company and the union. And that's the most American thing I can think of. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Okay, the other comments on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Dakota. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed will say no. No. Those appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask for a recorded vote.
Gentleman asked for a recorded vote. The vote will be rolled to the end. Are there other amendments? Gentleman
Chairman, I
from,
have an amendment at the desk.
gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Moser.
This amendment
Just a minute, clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474, offered by Mr. Muser.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Connecticut,
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
point of order is reserved. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is
Yes.
recognized. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is about strengthening protections for workers' privacy. H.R. 2474 requires that within 2 days that a National Labor Relations Board ordering a union election, the employer must turn over to the union a voter list of all employees in the bargaining unit and include personal information such as their work location, shifts, home address, home phone number, cell phone number, personal email address, work email address, and more. This amendment creates a private right of action for liquidated damages and civil penalties equivalent to that exists in H.R. 2474's civil penalties for unfair labor practices committed by employers if a union fails to protect workers' personal information received in an organizing drive. A violation is defined as any use of the information for purposes other than the representation proceeding. This amendment strengthens protections for employee privacy by penalizing those who misuse workers' personal contact information or allow it to fall into the wrong hands. It seems pretty straightforward, and I urge my colleagues to agree with it.
Thank you.
I yield.
Other comments in opposition to the amendment? I recognize myself. I don't see the, this is a solution looking for a problem, and I'm not aware of what other than the representation proceeding the information could be used for, but to create a new unfair labor practice, I think is a little bit overkill, and so I would oppose the amendment. Other comments, gentlemen from Mariana Islands?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I associate myself with your comment that this is an amendment looking for a problem, particularly now in this internet age. We get solicitation for everything from how to prepare my next meal to an offer for a loan I never asked for and don't think I need. But at the same time, also, organizations would need a way to invite individuals to attend a meeting or things like that, and I assume that those already have rules in practice. But to legislate that in the case of information or an invitation going to an individual working with a particular sector, and that individual can have a right to file, something for receiving that mail is you're right, an invitation is creating a problem. So I also oppose this amendment for that reason. Thank you. I yield back.
Other comments on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No. Noes appear to have it.
Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Gentleman asked for a recorded vote. That vote will be rolled. The other amendments?
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Oh, gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474, offered by Mr. Timmons.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Connecticut.
Reserve a point of order.
Point of order reserved. Gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment retains the longstanding ban on secondary boycotts and allows employees to seek relief when secondary boycotts disrupt their ability at unrelated businesses to earn a living and provide for their families. Federal labor law for decades has banned secondary boycotts in which unions target a business partner of a company they are seeking to organize. These third-party businesses, their employees, and consumers should not be subject to union harassment simply because they do business with another company being targeted by a union. Secondary boycotts could drive hundreds of small business owners and employers out of business. H.R. 2474 overturns the long-standing ban on secondary boycotts in order to unfairly increase and spread the economic pain caused by union organizing campaigns. Far from expanding or protecting the rights of workers, H.R. 2474 would inflict harm on workers facing a secondary boycott of their workplace. This amendment creates legal recourse for them, allowing them to collect damages and imposing a penalty when a union's secondary activity prevents them from going to work or inflicts other undue burdens. This is a common sense amendment which continues long-standing legal protections for employers, workers, and our economy, and I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman's time has expired. Are there comments in opposition? Gentleman from the Mariana Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I don't seem to fully understand the gentleman's proposal because it actually may, for my understanding, is that it extends to a potential violation of First Amendment rights or speech, protected speech. Secondary boycotts occur when employers and when workers engage in picketing activities that target companies that do business with their employers. And to deny those employers that right is also to deny the workers. To deny those workers that right is denying the workers their First Amendment right to free speech. And I think this proposal violates, it's protected by the first, the effort is protected by the First Amendment, and this proposal is potentially a violation of the right to free speech. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Others wish to comment on the amendment? Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secondary boycotts occur when workers engage in picketing activities that target companies that do business with their employers. During secondary boycotts, workers make secondary companies or consumers aware of their problems with their employer to encourage their employer to change their behavior. And these actions can include strikes, pickets, and boycotts. These kinds of peaceful activity are protected by the First Amendment. As explained at the July 25, 2019 HELP Subcommittee hearing, this peaceful picketing activity is no different from similar protest activity done by civil rights advocates or animal welfare protesters, except the NLRA currently bans it when workers do it for the purpose of organizing and collective bargaining. Workers' speech deserves the same protection. The PRO Act protects workers' free speech rights by eliminating the prohibitions in Section 8B4 and Section 8B7 in the NLRA. Thus, this amendment provision is not necessary to deter secondary boycotts and picketing because the prohibition on workers engaging in secondary boycotts and picketing is removed from the NLRA in the PRO Act. This amendment would weaken the PRO Act and would undermine the NLRA, and I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you. The other comments on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed will say no. Noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Gentleman asked for a recorded vote. The vote will be rolled. Are there other amendments? Gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474, offered by Mr. Comer.
Gentleman from Connecticut.
Reserve point of order.
Point of order is served. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Federal labor law has a long-standing ban on so-called secondary activity in order to minimize the economic pain and disruption of labor disputes. Reintroducing secondary boycotts into the workplace would allow unions to target contractors, vendors, or other third-party relationships in union organizing campaigns as a point of leverage. These provisions are clearly intended to impose Bernie Sanders' and Elizabeth Warren's vision of a 1930s-era labor regime of widespread strikes and boycotts, not just of targeted employers, but also their business partners. Companies, workers, and consumers that have nothing to do with the ongoing campaign against the company a union wants to organize should not be subject to union harassment or collateral damage. Reinstating secondary boycotts not only gives unions a license to harass almost any business at any time, but harms employers' and employees' rights to earn a living and consumers' ability to shop and conduct business without being subject to union pressure. This amendment preserves the long-standing prohibition on targeting the employers, workers, and consumers of businesses that engage in commerce with a company being targeted by the union through secondary boycotts. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment and eliminate this damaging provision. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Are there comments on the amendment? I would recognize myself. I just incorporate by reference the free speech arguments that have just made. If someone else is picketing this for whatever reason, a union would be prevented from using their free speech rights to picket the same organization. That is a violation of the First Amendment, and therefore the amendment, in my judgment, should be opposed. Other comments? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Kentucky. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed will say no. No. Noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, ask for a roll call vote.
Gentleman asked for a recorded vote, which will be rolled. Are there other amendments? Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474, offered by Mr. Keller.
And gentleman from Connecticut.
Reserve point of order.
Gentleman reserves a point of order. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment simply maintains current law, which protects the ability of employers to continue to do business and provide for their customers during a labor relations dispute. It's simply the right to do business. Without employers being able to conduct business, they would not have workers. One of the purposes of the National Labor Relations Board was to eliminate substantial obstructions to the free flow of commerce. After the economic chaos of the 1930s, Congress passed the NLRA, which struck a careful balance by protecting workers' ability to strike while outlawing intermittent strikes that create upheaval and uncertainty in the absence of a genuine commitment by the employees to abandon their work. Similarly, the Supreme Court has upheld the right of employers to replace striking workers permanently in order to keep their business running. H.R. 2474 discards more than 80 years of precedent by weaponizing the pain of economic conflict in order to empower union bosses. The bill aims to make it impossible for employees to continue to do business in the event of a labor dispute, a death sentence for thousands of small businesses. In 1937, there were nearly 5,000 strikes in the United States, a nightmare for employers, consumers, and the economy as a whole. H.R. 2474 seeks to resurrect this chaotic time in American history. Imagine what the system that allows for intermittent strikes and bans the replacement of striking workers would do to our economy, our global competitiveness, and the incentive to invest in American workers. Allowing intermittent strikes and banning permanent replacements is great for union bosses, but a raw deal for workers, consumers, and small businesses. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment to prevent unnecessary disruptions in our economy. I yield back.
Thank you. Other comments on the amendment? Recognize myself. Apparently, the idea of short-term strikes is very effective, and I don't think it should be denied. The labor union as a technique, just like a regular strike, a short-term strike ought to be allowed. I yield back. Other comments? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. Noes appear to have it.
I would request the,
Recorded vote is requested, and that will be rolled. Are there other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentlelady from New York has an amendment. Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474, offered by Ms. Stefanik.
Gentleman from Connecticut,
Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
reserves a point of order. Gentlelady from New York is recognized.
My amendment strikes the restrictive, backward-looking, and confusing standard for determining employee status that would deprive millions of Americans the opportunity to work independently and start businesses in the modern economy. While the ink has barely dried on California's sweeping new legislation that limits the freedom to engage in the workforce as independent contractors, H.R. 2474 and the ABC test in front of us today is even worse than what passed in California. Even the unprecedented California law includes several exemptions to this so-called ABC classification test, seemingly in acknowledgement of just how drastic the impact will be on broad swaths of our economy. This bill imposes this radical and far-reaching standard on workers and businesses around the entire country without any hesitation or consideration of its consequences. The bill closes off opportunity for independent workers and is simply out of step with the realities of the modern workforce and the values and innovation of today's generation. Millennials, of which I am one of, now comprise the largest cohort in the U.S. labor force, and these workers seek different things in their careers compared with previous generations. Workers today increasingly value the flexibility and fulfillment that can exist outside the rigid constraints of traditional employment. Independent work arrangements elevated by innovations in the sharing or gig economy and the expansion of online platforms provide freelancers and small businesses with the opportunity to provide their specialized services on a per-job basis. This dynamic sector of the economy promotes economic growth through the efficient pairing of individual providers with the businesses or consumers who seek their services. This freedom of independent work serves as a catalyst for small business formation in communities across the country. For years, independent contracting has sparked entrepreneurship and provided an important source of income and flexibility to millions of Americans, including students, veterans, and single parents. A recent report revealed that 79% of individuals engaged full-time in the independent workforce said they are happier working on their own than they would be at a traditional job. Yet the ABC test my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are pushing today offers these workers no choice, no option, no right to retain the model of work they prefer, and it would simply take away their independent contractor status. Additionally, it does not provide any clarity to the existing patchwork of regulations currently surrounding the classification of workers, only serving to create more confusion for both workers and businesses. Earlier this year, I introduced the Modern Worker Empowerment Act with Dr. Rowe and Mr. Byrne to provide certainty and a level playing field for independent contractors. By harmonizing the standard for worker classification across federal statuses, we can genuinely combat worker misclassification where it does exist, yet retain that flexibility that is so critical to today's workforce and the workforce of the future. Ultimately, the freedom to engage in the economy as independent contractors is about empowerment, about fostering the entrepreneurial spirit our nation was built upon. Rather than allow this innovative segment of the economy to flourish and allow workers to decide for themselves whether to pursue independent contracting or traditional employment, H.R. 2474 would impose a one-size-fits-all mandate that would automatically subject millions of Americans to old-fashioned and restrictive employment contracts. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment, striking this provision from the bill, and I yield back.
Other comments on the bill? Gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said in my opening remarks in support of the PRO Act, the ABC test is essential. The ABC test assumes that all workers are employees unless the employer can prove that each of the following factors. One, that the worker is free from the control of the hiring entity in connection with work performance, both under the contract and in fact, and that the worker performs work outside of the hiring entity's usual business. And in that regard, courts have considered whether the work of the employee is necessary or merely incidental to that of the hiring entity. whether the work of the employee is continuously performed for the hiring entity, what business the hiring entity proclaims to be in. And finally, the C part of ABC is that the worker is customarily engaged in an independent business of the same nature as the work performed. So the example that comes to mind is that a company that hires an outside plumber to come do work on the premises, on toilets or other fixtures, is clearly not an employee. That plumber fits all of the ABC criteria. Another example would be hairdressers and barbers, who are true independent contractors. They may be free from the control of the salon during the performance of their work in the booth, rental contract, and in fact, the work performed would be incidental to that of the salon in that a monthly rental fee might be paid for the rental space, but the salon revenues would not be affected by any individual hairdresser's uptick in clients. The hairdresser or barber's work would not be performed for the salon, and the salon owner may perform the same activity as the alleged employee. This would be a factor that might weigh in favor of employee status. And finally, hairdressers and barbers are engaged in the work that is customarily performed by them as independent contractors. The point of this is determinations under the ABC test are very fact-intensive. What comes to mind for me is the hearing that we had some time ago involving a driver, I believe it was for XPO Trucking in my district. And that driver explained that he has no control over his hours. He has no control over accepting or declining a shipment. This is very different from somebody who is driving and is free to take a load or not take a load. So it's very fact-intensive, but to the point, the NLRB and courts are very well equipped to engage in this sort of fact-finding analysis. Any proposal that would exempt entire industries or professions is problematic because employment and independent contractor relationships may both exist within the same sector. For example, some lawyers are employees, many of us have them on staff, and some attorneys operate as independent contractors. An exemption to the ABC test for lawyers would lead to widespread misclassification. So I believe this amendment would weaken the PRO Act and would undermine the NLRA, and I urge a no vote. I yield back.
Thank you. Are there other comments on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New York. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No. Noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested and will be rolled. Are there other amendments? Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Watkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474 offered by Mr. Watkins.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Connecticut.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman reserves a point of order. Gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Watkins.
This amendment ensures that mandatory arbitration agreements do not force workers into a multi-employment pension plan, consequently protecting the worker from an uncertain retirement fund. Multi-employer pension plans are currently underfunded by $638 billion. 75% of multi-employment participants are in plans that are less than 50% funded, forcing more workers to depend on a retirement plan that may not ultimately be there for them when they need it most is irresponsible. For decades, multi-employer plans managed by unions and employer trustees have failed to collect the contributions necessary to fund its pension benefits, selling false promises to workers without ever having to answer for them. Pension promises are not gratuitous. They are made by unions and employers as compensation, and those parties are responsible for making good on those promises and to ensure workers and retirees are able to enjoy a secure retirement. Workers need certainty when a union and an employer promise retirement benefits, those parties are required to take the steps necessary to ensure those promises are kept. Forcing workers into a failing plan does them no good. Mandatory arbitration is intended to result in an agreement that works for workers and employers alike, forcing workers into a pension plan facing insolvency without ever allowing a worker to say in the matter, as this bill would do, fails that basic goal. A vote against this amendment is a vote to allow unelected representatives to force workers into a sinking multi-employer pension plan. A vote for this amendment is a vote to protect workers from false promises. I urge support of this important amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The other comments in opposition, gentleman from Connecticut?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I don't speak on the point of order, but rather in opposition to the amendment. Mr. Watkins is correct to identify a symptom that's out there in the multi-employer pension system, that there are solvency issues, which this committee has addressed earlier this year, but his remedy to target arbitration is far off the mark in terms of a solution. As my colleagues know, the bill includes important and necessary provisions to facilitate initial collective bargaining agreements. If the employer and the union fail to reach an agreement after 90 days of bargaining, then either party can request mediation. If the parties cannot reach an agreement within 30 days after mediation, it's referred to a tripartite arbitration panel. The findings of the panel shall be binding for 2 years unless the parties mutually agree in writing to amend during that period. Mr. Watkins' amendment appears to dictate that the tripartite arbitration panel shall not be based on the requirement that employees in the bargaining unit are participants in a multi-employer pension plan, even if the parties agree and go along with that recommendation of the arbitrator. We should not dictate what the arbitration panel's findings should not include. That's up to them. But second, to address his point regarding solvency, he is correct that multi-employer pension plans are in crisis. Approximately 130 plans are heading towards insolvency within the next 20 years. Some big plans, such as the United Mine Workers of America's pension plan and the Central States Teamsters plan, are going to run out of money far sooner than that. And this committee has struggled with this issue over the last 6 years. Fortunately, this year, the House took bipartisan action in July to address this crisis. 29 House Republicans voted with the majority for the Butch-Lewis Act, which again would restore solvency and really protect the benefits of retirees and near retirees in the future. Let's keep in mind also that the overwhelming majority, upwards of 90% of multi-employer plans, are healthy even without Butch-Lewis assistance. So it does not make sense that we would prevent and bar by law the arbitrator from considering that employees are multi-employer pension plan participants, particularly if the plans are healthy, and this is a prudent decision. The consequences of this amendment are not fully known, and I'm concerned that its impact would be harmful to the healthy plan's solvency as well as the plan's ability to attract new participants, which at the end of the day is what we want to encourage in terms of retirement security. So I would, again, argue against this amendment, urge a no vote, and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Are there other comments on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Watkins. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed will say no. No. Noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested and will be rolled. We have been notified that there is pending a vote on the floor, and so we'll be in recess until, there are 2 votes apparently, until the second vote, and we will immediately return to continue the markup. Committee is now in recess. Committee will come to order. The next amendment is offered by the gentleman from Michigan. Gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
Is it 19 or 20?
It is 19.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474, offered by Mr. Wahlberg.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Connecticut.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 2474 codifies President Obama's anti-worker ambush election rule. This amendment provides workers with appropriate time to learn the pros and cons of an enormously important decision affecting their career and livelihood. Unions often quietly begin organizing campaigns weeks or even months before employers are made aware of this activity, creating a scenario in which workers are only hearing one side of the issue. Upon a representation petition being filed, employers must rush to prepare their case to present before the NLRB officer and to educate workers on the potential pitfalls of a one-size-fits-all union contract. To make matters worse, H.R. 2474 bans employers' right to hold meetings in their own workplace with their own employees to discuss the organizing campaign, while unions have been talking to workers for months. As a former union member myself, I respect the right of workers to join a union, but they deserve real choices in the matter and to hear from both sides of the debate. The Obama ambush election rule is yet another provision of H.R. 2474 that demonstrates the Democrats' lack of faith in the union's ability to win elections fair and square. Providing appropriate time for workers to hear both sides and inform themselves does not substantially change the organizing process. It merely creates a more informed electorate once the election is done, which is a threat to union bosses, I guess. Unions can organize workplaces either by demonstrating value to workers or by having government rig the rules in their favor. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment, which levels the playing field and supports workers' rights to fully be informed. I yield.
Gentleman yields. Anyone wish to speak? Gentlelady from California.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, what we have before us, I think, is something that would really create a problem in that it doesn't provide for a ceiling. So that when we're talking about delays here, it's more than a delay. It's basically could be, well, we may not have this election. These kinds of problems, I think, suggest and send a very clear message that what the union is working to do is not going to be possible. It's going to take away their rights to organize. These kind of unnecessary procedural delays enable employers to have more time to campaign against union and research shows that employers often use that time to engage in coercive tactics against workers seeking to unionize. It seems to open up that whole possibility, and that's what the concerns here are. The PRO Act, on the other hand, really codifies timelines for representation procedures that the NLRB enacted in 2014. And from all accounts, it looks as if that actually has been workable for employers and unions alike. They know what the deal is. They know what is expected of them, and they can plan according to that without surprises. We know nobody likes surprises. Employers frequently attempt to stall representation elections to buy time. The PRO Act prevents this by removing employers standing in elections as employers are not on the ballot and guarantees that elections are not delayed after workers petition for one. Again, there needs to be that certainty, and then people can move forward. If you open it up, as this is doing, it really creates a situation that is not workable for anybody. So this definitely would weaken the PRO Act. It undermines the NLRA, that's for sure. And I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Are there other comments on the bill? Gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In light of the lady's comments, I just want to give some statistics to the committee. If the committee knows what a blocking charge is, a blocking charge oftentimes ends up in a substantial delay of the election. And so in 2016, when in cases there weren't any blocking charges, the average number of days to an election were 26 days. But in the case of where they had blocking charges, and there were 1,652 petitions for those, it stretched it out to 145 days. In 2017, the average number of days again was 26. Blocking charges stretched it out to 136.5 days. And in 2018, the average number of days without blocking charges were 24 days. Whereas if a blocking charge was filed, there were 1,400 in those days. It was stretched out to 122.5 days. So what's really drawing these things out is not what the employers are doing, it's what the unions are doing when they file these petitions with blocking charges. So if we really wanted to do something to make these things go faster, we do something about the union practices regarding blocking charges. And I yield back.
Are there other comments? If not, the question's on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Noes appear to have it.
Record roll.
The roll call is requested. Are there other amendments? Gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2474, offered by Mr. Wahlberg.
Gentleman from Connecticut.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order. Gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment ensures that workers subject to a union organizing campaign are fully informed, again, I'll state that, are fully informed before they sign a union authorization card, rather than only being presented with the information that union bosses want them to know. The decision to sign a union authorization card is enormously consequential for a worker's livelihood. Despite Democratic rhetoric, that decision comes with both pros and cons. Unfortunately, union organizers only tell workers one side of the story. This amendment in no way undermines workers' right to organize or the process by which they do so. It merely requires that unions fully inform them what signing the card means and what rights they have. Seems like common sense. Signing a union card isn't merely a demonstration of interest or expression of curiosity about a union. It can and will be used to circumvent a secret ballot system in plenty of cases, and to certify the union as the workers' representative. This fact is even more important for workers to know, given H.R. 2474's card check language. Moreover, union dues and fees can total nearly $1,000 per year. Workers should be informed upfront about this cost, as well as their right to refrain from paying all or some of those dues and fees. H.R. 2474 rigs the playing field in favor of unions in countless ways. Workers deserve to be fully informed to make the decision that is right for them. And so I urge my colleagues to support honesty, transparency, and clarity by adopting this amendment. And I'd ask for a yes vote. I yield.
Thank you. Other comments other comments on the amendment? Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe this amendment is unnecessary, and my objection to it is, frankly, based on jurisdictional grounds. I don't believe the NLRB should be dictating how unions go about disclosing dues and fees to their prospective members and to the general public. Once somebody decides to become a member of a union, the unions must disclose dues and fees to them as part of the annual disclosures required by the Supreme Court. And unions have to disclose this to any individual in the bargaining unit who requests it. So I don't believe this amendment strengthens the bill. I think it's an attempt to undermine the PRO Act, and I urge a no vote. I yield back.
Thank you. Other comments on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from Alabama.
I just was floored by what I just heard. It's okay for somebody to be forced to vote on a union, and they don't get to know what their dues are until they get in the union? Sort of like, we got to pass the bill before so we can know what's in it? I don't think that's fair to workers. I think that's unfair to workers. Workers should know before they vote to be in or out of union what their dues are going to be. I think it's pretty basic. So I think the amendment's in order, and I don't think it does any harm to the existing law for union elections.
I recognize myself on the amendment. It seems to me that it's almost impossible to know what the dues are going to be until you organize, and then setting the dues would be one of the first orders of business. To require that before you know how many people are going to join the union, how many people, what people are willing to do, you have to have input from the members before you can even set the dues. And so requiring that before you even organize, I think, is a little unreasonable. I yield to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. Did you want to be recognized?
I just wanted to say what you said, Mr. Chairman, so I don't need to comment further.
Thank you. I yield back. Other comments on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan will say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Those appear to have it.
As for recorded.
The gentleman requests a recorded vote, which will be rolled. Are there other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have another
Gentleman
amendment.
from Michigan. Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474 offered by Mr. Wahlberg.
Gentleman from, gentlelady from California reserve a point of order. Gentlelady from California reserves a point of order. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, 2 down, 1 to go. I think this is one, though, that it'd be hard for me to understand why we all couldn't support this. And in fact, I think enhances the PRO Act and shows that we have concern, both union and employer, about something that's extremely important in our society today. Human trafficking is an incredibly serious problem around the world, including here in the United States. This amendment helps fight the scourge of human trafficking by ensuring that companies do not face joint employer liability for attempting to combat it. And that's what we want to do. We want to combat it any way, shape, or form and not hinder that combat that we put on human trafficking. Traffickers often target vulnerable workers to fill labor shortages in the supply chain. And it seems that almost no industry is exempt from this problem. Congress should be encouraging companies to combat human trafficking through their own supply chains and business relationships. Many companies do so by enforcing specific provisions in contracts with business partners intended to combat trafficking. Unfortunately, under H.R. 2474's broad, vague, and unworkable joint employer standard, companies could be considered joint employers of the employees of their business partners simply for taking action to curb human trafficking. Obviously, members of this committee want to encourage all businesses to fight human trafficking, not expose them to union harassment and litigation for doing so. But H.R. 2474's joint employer scheme would prevent many employers from taking action because of the additional liabilities it creates. We can and should promote policies which stop human trafficking. This amendment simply exempts actions taken to combat human trafficking in the supply chain from being used as evidence of a joint employer relationship. We need all hands on deck. This common sense amendment allows companies to do their due diligence to fight this scourge on our society without having to face union and trial lawyer harassment for doing so. And I urge my colleagues to support it, and I can understand why you will. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Oregon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank my colleague from Michigan for caring about the serious issue of human trafficking, which we all care about. However, the determination of a joint employer is based upon an employer's control, direct and immediate as well as contractually reserved, over terms and conditions of employment of its subcontractors or temporary employees who are working for extended periods of time. We all share a common desire to end the despicable practice of human trafficking, but this amendment is not about the kind of control that joint employment implicates, and it's certainly not relevant to this bill. Moreover, we are unaware of any circumstances where human trafficking has been implicated in a joint employer determination, and because we are building a legislative record here, I want to make clear that that is not what the joint employer provisions are about. We welcome the opportunity to work on human trafficking issues, as this committee has done in the past, with the gentleman from Michigan and all of our colleagues on both sides of the aisle. But this amendment does not belong in this bill, and I encourage my colleagues to oppose it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Are there other comments on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan. All in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. No. Noes appear to have it.
Request record.
Gentleman requests a recorded vote, which shall be rolled. Are there other amendments?
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman from Alabama has an amendment. Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474, offered by Mr. Byrne.
The gentlelady from California, from Oregon, reserves the point of order. Point of order is reserved. Gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes a definition of joint employment, a definition that in a 2015 decision, the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals declared invalid as to being too broad and too vague. This amendment replaces that definition of joint employment with a clear, specific standard that passed the House with bipartisan support last Congress. The bill's indirect or reserved control standard for joint employment benefits union bosses and trial lawyers, but is an unworkable compliance nightmare for employers, creates confusion for employees, and ultimately undermines the business model of companies in every congressional district. Expanding joint employment will subject countless contractors and franchise operators to additional harassment from unions and trial lawyers. In order to avoid additional liabilities, contractors and franchisors will be forced to decrease local flexibility or, conversely, dramatically curb the connections and resources they offer to subcontractors and franchisees. In 2014, the Health, Employment, Labor, and Pensions Subcommittee heard testimony from Ms. Jagruti Panwala, a Pennsylvania-based hotel owner and operator, who said of this standard, essentially, I would no longer be in business for myself. I would essentially become an employee of the parent corporation and no longer an entrepreneur. I would lose the equity I built in my business overnight. Others have testified that the NLRB's indirect control standard made them less likely to expand opportunity through subcontracting and cause franchisors to eliminate assistance to franchisees, such as employee handbooks and job applications. H.R. 2474's harmful joint employer standard would put hundreds of thousands of businesses at risk. This amendment would replace that definition with a standard that provides clarity and certainty for employers and employees alike, one based on the actual conduct and the actual relationship of the parties, rather than hypothetical, after-the-fact conclusions used to benefit union bosses at the expense of workers and employers. The problem is most employees want to know who their boss is, and under this standard, no one could tell them who their actual boss is, because we've created a circumstance under which numerous different entities could be their boss. That's not in the best interest of the workers of America. We have an existing standard. It has been in place for decades. It has been found to be very workable. It is fair to everybody involved. The only reason for us to change this standard is to create so much uncertainty out there that will essentially throw the business model for many businesses throughout America in the trash can and decrease opportunity in the course of doing so, and not do one single thing that benefits the working people in this country. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment and save local businesses and help American workers. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as usual, Mr. Byrne does a powerful job advocating on behalf of this amendment. Again, this issue has been a persistent one in our committee over the last 4 or 5 years or so. And to the extent that he cited action by the Congress, and certainly every word of it is accurate. Of course, we would all expect and know him to be a person like that. But what was left out was the fact that there's been an intervening event, that the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia last December issued a ruling on this very point about defining what is right to control in joint employer relationships. And the holding, which is on page 4 of the decision, states very clearly, we hold that the right to control element of the board's joint employer standards has deep roots in the common law. Again, this issue is not limited to the National Labor Relations Act. It goes into, decades and centuries almost of the law of agency. And the court goes on to state that the common law permits consideration of those forms of indirect control that play a relevant part in determining the essential terms and conditions of employment. Accordingly, we affirm the board, which is the prior administration's board, the Obama administration board's articulation of the joint employer test is including consideration of both an employer's reserved rights to control and its indirect control over employees' terms and conditions of employment. And it goes on to say that in terms of people who are trying to change this, like the law that was passed, or the bill that was passed in the House but died in the Senate in the last Congress, it goes on to state on page 21 of the decision that the policy expertise that the board brings to bear on applying the National Labor Relations Act to joint employers is bounded by the common law's definition of joint employer. To the extent that we have rulemaking, that it must color within the common law lines identified by the judiciary. And like the board, and unlike the dissenting opinion, which defends Mr. Byrne's position, we see no point in waiting for the board to take the first bite of an apple that is outside of its orchard. So in other words, what this underlying bill seeks to do is really to codify what was the decision of the District Court of Appeals decision, which is, as it clearly stated, is founded on common law doctrine, which really gets, in fact, to the truth of who's really in control of an employer-employee relationship. The American Franchise and Dealers Association agrees with what we're doing here in the underlying bill, because they're the ones who get stuck holding the bag if Mr. Byrne's amendment passes. And they have stated that many franchisors exercise so much control over the franchise business that the franchisees retain limited, if any, equity ownership in the franchise business. In such circumstance, it's appropriate to deem the franchisor, which is the larger entity, as the joint and sometimes even sole employer of the franchise business employees. And that's really what our bill is seeking to do, is to find out who's the real decision maker in employer-employee relationships. And as the court determined, the common law provides us a roadmap in terms of what are the metrics, what are the standards for determining who makes the decisions about issues of work conditions, wages, health benefits, et cetera. And really that's what we want in terms of really protecting the essence of people's employment rights. And so for that reason, again, I think we are totally on the right track, guided by the most recent decision of a higher court that dove deep into the true roots of the definition of the employer-employee relationship. So for that reason, I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Thank you. The other comments, gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I served as chairman of the Health Subcommittee in 2015, we heard testimony about the effect of the Obama-era Browning-Ferris Joint Employment Standard from Mr. Ed Brady, who owns a Burger King in inner-city Baltimore. Mr. Brady's a retired police officer, and Mr. Brady wanted to do more than just be an employer in his neighborhood. He wanted to make his community better. He donates to charities in the community. He also hires men. Every man he hires to work in his stores had a run-in with the criminal justice system. And all the women that he hires in that store have been on some form of government assistance. And he hires people to give them an opportunity at a better life, as he described it. I took a group of people, went to Mr. Brady's restaurant 2 years ago after he had made it. They made such an impression on me about the effect that he had made in his community. And if there were more Ed Bradys in this world, we'd have a whole lot better world. Codifying the ABC test and the Obama NLRB joint employer standard at a federal level essentially eliminates an entire franchise industry as we know it, which employs more than 7 million Americans nationwide, including 21,000 in the chairman's district. And usually the person I work for, I've worked for myself most of my life, but usually the person I work for is pretty simple. It's a person that signed my check. They determined what benefits I had and how much hourly wage, what my health benefits were in talking with them. Usually that's who my employer was. If this ambiguous standard were implemented, as the PRO Act would do, the Burger King Corporation would be liable for many of the hiring decisions that were made by Mr. Brady. Why would we expect any corporation to know a community better than someone local like Ed Brady? Wouldn't a corporate entity be more risk-averse and less likely to give people a second chance, which they so richly need and deserve? We know the problems, and again, when the riots occurred in Baltimore, Mr. Brady's restaurant remained open because his employees helped protect his restaurant. I would strongly encourage you to support this, and I urge my colleagues to support Mr. Burns' amendment and to ensure that we have a common sense joint employer standard. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by aligning myself with the comments made by Mr. Courtney from Connecticut about this issue, which I paid close attention to over the past several years because back when I used to practice law, I represented a lot of franchisees. And I want to make clear that because I know and believe in the model of franchises, that I know it's important because a lot of people gives them the opportunity to open a small business. And that's important to preserve. And just make clear that, excuse me, under the Browning-Ferris standard and in the PRO Act, a franchisor will not be considered an employer if the franchisor is acting like a franchisor. If the franchisor acts like an employer, they would and should be considered an employer. So I want to make that clear that nothing in this bill, nothing in the Browning-Ferris standard makes franchisors an employer unless they act like employers. So I encourage my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Other comments on the amendment? I recognize myself. The question of who is the boss is not cleared up by this amendment. In fact, it's a little unclear, but similar amendments have been offered in the past that require direct, actual, immediate, and not limited or routine manner, significant control over all of the essential terms and conditions of employment. This doesn't say all, but it just says over essential terms and then lists some examples. The question arises that if you do not exercise significant control over all of these and somebody else exercises, say, assigning individual work schedules, then what? Are you an employer if you don't exercise control over all of the conditions? Somebody else exercises some. In previous versions, you could have nobody is an employer. The person that signs your check doesn't do the hiring, discharging, scheduling, that kind of thing, and the person that actually controls those things isn't an employer because they don't exercise direct control. They indirect control. They may say reserve the ability to set a maximum salary. And if they reserve that right, and you're trying to negotiate with somebody, it makes no sense on an NLRB to negotiate with people when somebody else is actually setting the salary. When you are, in fact, controlling the terms and conditions of employment, if you're in that, and we're trying to talk about the salary level and negotiate, if you've got some control over that, then you should be a joint employer. Otherwise, you negotiate with somebody there and says, look, I don't have any choice on this. They've given us a maximum salary. I've offered it, that's all I can offer. There's no negotiation. You'd like to negotiate with the person actually setting the salary. Setting the salary, if it's indirect setting the salary, you can't negotiate with the person that you need to negotiate with. And that's why the joint employer, well, you may have two employers, and you need them both at the bargaining table. This amendment would defeat that and relegate people to negotiating with people that don't have any negotiating authority. So I would hope that we would defeat the amendment and yield back the balance of my time. Gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I want to put this amendment again in the larger context of the history of labor relations in our country. And I hope my colleagues will see how this really isn't a partisan matter. Since the Wagner Act was passed in 1935, large sections of the workforce have been excluded or prevented from practically exercising their collective bargaining rights or having any. In the National Labor Relations Act itself, domestic workers were excluded. Why? Because domestic workers meant black women, and the Democratic senators from the South would not vote for the Wagner Act if they were given rights. Farm workers were excluded. Why? Today we think of farm workers, you may think of Latinos in California or Texas. In 1935, in those senators' minds, it meant black workers in the South, and they were not about to pass a law that gave rights to farm workers in their region. So this is an original sin that goes back to the beginning of this law. But over the last 84 years, what's happened is that the number of workers who have the ability to practically exercise collective bargaining rights has been cut over and over again by various schemes of large employers and the people who serve them in this Congress, so that almost half of private sector workers in this country don't even have access to collective bargaining through the National Labor Relations Act. And the schemes are many, but this is one of them. The idea that someone who works for a company where their boss is part of a larger brand, they may be a franchisee, and they don't really set the wages, they don't really set the benefits, they don't set a lot of the working conditions. You effectively do not have the right to form a union and bargain collectively if you cannot include the real power in that situation. You just don't. And the purpose of this amendment is to continue to disenfranchise millions of American workers from effective access to collective bargaining by excluding from the table the party that has the real power to negotiate contracts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Other comments on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Alabama. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No. The noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Gentleman from Alabama asked for a recorded vote, and that will be rolled. Are there other amendments?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Alabama has an amendment at the desk. Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474, offered by Mr. Byrne.
The gentleman from Connecticut.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hear a lot about corporate social responsibility. A lot of pressure on corporations all over this country to do things with their supply chains, et cetera, to try to do things that are good for people around this country and their communities. This amendment protects important and effective corporate social responsibility initiatives from being used as evidence of joint employment, allowing employers to exert their influence to improve working conditions and community engagement throughout their supply chain without risking the liability of joint employment. Many companies have the ability to enact significant positive changes in their business practices, benefiting the economy, workers, and their communities through corporate social responsibility activities. These initiatives are often most effective when they go beyond the company themselves and apply to business partners, vendors, and others in the supply chain. These voluntary initiatives are an excellent way to involve our society without the heavy hand of government mandates. Here's the problem. Let me give you an example. Microsoft had a requirement for its vendors that they would have to provide their employees 15 days of paid leave, something we hear a lot about, paid leave. As soon as they did that, a union in 2015 called the Temporary Workers of America requested that Microsoft attend a collective bargaining meeting as a joint employer with Lionbridge, one of Microsoft's suppliers. So in essence, by trying to do a good thing, Microsoft found itself involved in a labor dispute it had nothing to do with. Now, I don't think that's what we want to have happen, to disincentivize companies like Microsoft from engaging in these corporate social responsibility activities. No one on this committee wants to harm corporate social responsibility initiatives, I'm sure. And I'm sure my colleagues across the aisle remember that case with Microsoft. If this bill was enacted into law, those initiatives would be in jeopardy. Many companies will simply curb these well-intentioned ventures in order to avoid the risk of liability resulting from the joint employment scheme mandated by H.R. 2474. I have talked to hundreds of franchisees across this country, hundreds, and every single one favors this language. Every single one favors the language that the committee just voted on. This is a very popular thing with franchisees all over the country. And it's very popular with companies like Microsoft because they want to engage in corporate social responsibility activities, but they're now scared to because of laws like this. So I urge my colleagues to protect and promote corporate social responsibility by supporting this amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. The comments, gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really glad that Mr. Byrne has spoken to so many franchisees about this. I mean, it's hard to often do that, but I do think that we have to step back a little bit and try and ask what we're really trying to accomplish here. I think, first of all, the amendment is unclear. It doesn't define what a corporate social responsibility initiative covers or excludes, and perhaps the folks who are weighing in on this certainly understood that, but I think that's questionable in the language here. Because it's so vague, it would be irresponsible to adopt it as a legally precise definition. And second, while we all share, I think, a common desire to advance social responsibility in supply chains, this amendment does not clearly cover the kind of control that joint employment implicates. If the goal, and again, we have to figure out what the goal is here, if the goal is to ensure that third parties adopt non-discrimination policies, which we think is a very good idea, that's already the law. We're also unaware of any circumstance, and perhaps my colleague has those, where corporate social responsibility initiatives have been implicated in a joint employer determination at the NLRB, different than people just responding and saying they have some issues around this. So what I do know is that allowing workers to organize and have a voice on the job is a form of social responsibility in and of itself. I'm not sure whether this legislation is going to give us more additional value. We certainly welcome the opportunity to work on corporate social responsibility issues. I would love to do that. But this amendment is both vague and risks eroding the definition of a joint employer under the NLRA, and so I would urge a no vote on that and yield back.
There are other comments on the amendment, gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, as my colleague has just said, the amendment is not clear, and it doesn't really define what a corporate social responsibility initiative covers or excludes. It would be, I think, irresponsible to adopt it as a legally precise definition. Second, while all share a common desire to advance social responsibility in supply chains, this amendment doesn't clearly cover the kind of control that joint employment implicates. And if the goal is to ensure that third parties adopt non-discrimination policies, for example, as a corporate responsibility policy, that is already the law. So we don't need that. We are unaware of any circumstances where corporate social responsibility initiatives have been implicated in a joint employer determination at the NLRB. So again, I also welcome the opportunity to work on corporate social responsibility issues with the gentleman from Alabama, but this amendment is vague and it risks eroding the definition of a joint employer under the NLRA. And I urge a no vote, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. There's no further comment on the amendment. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Alabama. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. No.
Mr. Chairman,
Those appear to have it.
ask for a recorded vote.
Gentleman from Alabama asked for a recorded vote, which will be rolled. Are there other amendments? Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474, offered by Mr. Smucker.
Gentleman is recognized after the gentleman from Connecticut reserves the point of order.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe we can all agree that anyone who violates the National Labor Relations rules, who violates the law, should be held liable for those unfair labor practices. And I would like to think we can all agree that is true, whether it is the employer or someone associated with the unions. This bill, however, does not apply penalties across the board. H.R. 2474 levies additional civil penalties against businesses and, in fact, against corporate officers and directors who can also be held individually liable for unfair labor practices, but does not similarly apply those to union leaders. This amendment would change that. Again, it's a fundamental part of our justice system is equal application of the law and equal penalties. This, by the way, was important in Pennsylvania, the state where I'm from, and I want to share a story that I hope some of my colleagues can take a lesson from. In 2014, in Pennsylvania, we had members of a union, the Iron Workers Local 401, literally calling themselves thugs, which was an acronym for those helpful union guys, burned down a Quaker meeting house in retaliation against job sites that weren't using Local 401 members as workers. And there was a loophole in the state law which the union had used as an exemption from criminal statutes against stalking or harassment if the activity took place in the context of a labor dispute. Months of violent harassment and intimidation, unfortunately, ultimately led to full-blown arson. Now, a member of that group, they were charged. They were convicted for arson under the federal law. Their ringleader, Joseph Doherty, was sentenced to 230 months in prison and ordered to pay $558,000 in restitution. But a part of their defense, defending their actions of stalking and harassment, was that the law did not apply to them as it did to other individuals. Pennsylvania, in reaction to that, learned its lesson and passed a law that would apply penalties equally across the board, whether one was a member of a union or not. And our Governor Wolf, in fact, the Democratic governor, had the courage to sign legislation that would fix this loophole and take steps towards stopping this kind of violence. That's why I'm offering this amendment to ensure that workers are protected, are equally protected from retaliation. Again, as I said, Republicans agree that bad actors who violate the law should be punished and such behavior should be deterred. But unfortunately, in the writing of this law, my colleagues across the aisle seem to believe that this principle only should be applied when it's illegal behavior by employees, and that union bosses should be let off the hook. So again, I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment, leveling the playing field between employer and union unfair labor practices, lest they expose where their true priorities lie when it comes to worker interests versus union boss interests. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The comments on behalf of the gentlelady from Florida.
Thank you. With all due respect to my distinguished colleague, Mr. Smucker, penalties should be proportional to the severity of the harm. Employers are in a uniquely powerful place because they, not unions, can terminate employees. Unions do not, as a general matter, lead employees to lose their wages due to unfair labor practices, and monetary penalties are necessary to deter unfair labor practices by employers in a way that is not necessary for unions with respect to the National Labor Relations Act, because employers can impose severe economic harm through unlawful firings for workers. Unions are already subject to a wide variety of monetary penalties. For example, they're subject to penalties if they violate their fiduciary responsibilities, if they commit or threaten physical violence to interfere with an employee's exercise of their rights, or if they commit racketeering, including the embezzlement of union funds. In 2009, 89.1% of complaints filed by the NLRB to the General Counsel were against employers, where only 9.8% of complaints were filed against unions. I think this amendment is a solution in search of a problem. It would weaken the PRO Act and undermine the NLRA, and I urge a no vote. I yield back.
Thank you. The other comments on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. All opposed say no.
No.
No. Noes appear to have it. Gentleman asks for a recorded vote, which will.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474 offered by Mr. Smucker.
Gentleman from Connecticut.
Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment protects union members from being punished by a union for continuing to work during an ongoing labor dispute. Currently, union members can legally be fined, punished, or face other retaliation from their union for refusing to participate in a strike and choosing to work instead. This amendment simply allows union members the same right as non-members, which is the right to earn a living free from union punishment. The National Labor Relations Act should be strengthened to protect the rights of workers within their unions, and this amendment would do exactly that. The amendment would not in any way impact the right of a union to go on strike, nor change the rights of the employer in the event of a labor dispute. It simply allows union members the freedom to continue to earn a living if they so choose. Unions often do punish workers who choose the dignity of work over the financial hardship of striking. That is certainly not empowering to workers. A vote against this amendment will be yet another vote that puts the interests of union bosses over the interests of workers, another indication of the true purpose of this bill. If Democrats are serious about reforming our labor laws to reward workers rather than simply to enrich and empower union bosses, they will support this amendment that protects union members' right to earn a living.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, union interference with the rights of employees is already prohibited. This amendment prevents unions from encouraging solidarity during a strike. Section 8B1 of the National Labor Relations Act already prohibits unions from retaliating against employees for exercising any rights under the Act. Any attempt by a union to punish an employee for exercising their rights is already illegal, so this amendment is redundant. But this amendment goes further. This prevents workers from simply persuading other workers to not break a strike. Strikes are an option of last resort for unions, and when workers go on strike, that solidarity is important to protect the workers' position at the bargaining table. This amendment would weaken the PRO Act and undermine the NLRAs, and I urge a no vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The other comments, gentlelady from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I first want to say we're hearing a lot in this hearing about union bosses, and I just want to remind everyone that unions are made up of people. I was a proud union member for my entire career before coming to Congress, and as an employer, I was a part of what we call the union. So they're not these imaginary entities with these dangerous bosses that are lurking in the shadows. Last year, waves of red flooded the state capitals as educators across the country stood up to advocate for the rights of teachers, of their students, for supports in the classroom, and they walked out in solidarity. A decision I can assure you is not easy for any educator to make. State legislators are now threatening to revoke certification or to fine school districts if teachers leave the classrooms or strike. This is retaliation. This year, my office received several reports alleging that the Social Security Administration targeted union representatives, making it difficult for them to do their jobs and even unfairly settling the score on their personal reviews. If that's true, that too is retaliation. Just last week, nearly 50,000 UAW workers went on strike seeking concessions and benefits from General Motors. General Motors then stopped paying for their employee health insurance. That's retaliation. It is illegal for an employer to retaliate against an employee for union activity, but the NLRA and NLRB currently allows employers to intimidate, retaliate against, and shut down workers' right to organize with impunity. In this committee, we often hear about the benefits of taking alternative career paths, such as welding, electricians, HVAC. I want to remind my colleagues who fail to acknowledge that these trades jobs are thriving because of the activities of unions that organized and fought for the rights of the workers and the right to organize and collectively bargain. Mr. Chairman, I've experienced the benefits of being a union member, and today I stand up and ask my colleagues not to support this amendment because it fundamentally kicks the legs out from union workers and weakens the PRO Act that we're trying to pass. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. The other comments on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Noes appear to have it. Recorded vote is requested. That will be rolled. Are there other amendments? Gentleman from Pennsylvania?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Amendment at the desk. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474, offered by Mr. Smucker.
Gentleman from Connecticut.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Thank you. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the comments of my colleague in regards to union bosses. Certainly, every union has leadership, often elected leadership, usually. But I can tell you, in speaking to union members across my district, there are many, many times when the members do not agree with their leadership on a particular issue, and too often feel they do not have a strong voice to drive changes in the union, and specifically do not have a voice in the decisions the union bosses are making in regards to political engagement. So, I'm in Pennsylvania. We are a state where an employer cannot opt out from paying union dues in a private market union. Members of the union often, as I said, disagree, particularly in recent years, often disagree with the leadership of the union and who they want to support politically, but do not have any say in the matter. This amendment protects those workers, protects their First Amendment rights to ensure that they are not being forced to fund speech with which they disagree. It doesn't impact in any way workers' rights to organize or unions' right to engage in politics. Like all Americans, unions are free to support causes of their choosing, but their model really is coercive, and it raises some serious First Amendment concerns. Like I said, in Pennsylvania as well as in 22 other states, workers can be fired for refusing to pay union dues. In fact, even in the 27 right-to-work states, unions often impose draconian restrictions on workers' ability to opt out of membership, limiting the window to as little as 1 week per year, and generally making the process as cumbersome as they possibly can. Many rank-and-file members and their families clearly do not share the union boss's political agenda. Workers should not be forced to fund speech with which they disagree just to keep their jobs. That really does, doing that, requiring that, turns the First Amendment on its head. So this amendment would address that, and I ask for my colleagues' support. Yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is redundant. Employees already have the right to support or oppose their union's activities. Any private sector employee covered under a collective bargaining agreement has objector rights under the Supreme Court's Beck case and can opt out of supporting any union political activities. In addition, many employees choose to support the political activities of their union because they advocate for pro-worker policies. This amendment is an attempt to undermine unions from organizing on behalf of those policies by changing an opt-out process to an opt-in process. And I also want to note that similar rights are not given to shareholders of companies for the political issues their company engages in. Again, this amendment is redundant. It would weaken the PRO Act and undermine the National Labor Relations Act, and I urge a no vote.
Thank you. The other comments?
I yield back.
Gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would mandate an opt-in permission for each union member to utilize his or her union dues for any activity other than collective bargaining. A provision like the one found in the bill I introduced, H.R. 1855, the Employee Rights Act. Over 40% of union members are Republican, yet nearly all political contributions from union dues, money deducted from paychecks, go to Democrats without the direct consent of union members. Union participation has plummeted from a high of 25% in the workforce in 1971 to less than 11% today. This is in large part due to the empowerment of workers. Employers face an incredibly competitive situation to attract and retain talented employees. We have 6+ million empty jobs right now in this country. We should trust workers to make decisions based on their own best interest. 2015 poll from the Opinion Research Corporation found that 81% of Democrats support the right to a secret ballot election, support a requirement that unions stand for periodic recertification, and support a requirement that unions receive opt-in permission from workers before using their dues on politics. These are hard-working people that work hard for the paycheck they get every week, and they want to have something to say about how it's spent. I certainly understand the purpose that unions have served. However, our labor laws are largely the same today as when my father was working in the first half of the last century and are in desperate need of reform, not expansion. The workforce of my father is not the workforce of today, and we should adjust our laws to ensure workers can make decisions for themselves. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Other comments? Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This markup hearing on the PRO Act is a prime example of why union advocacy is so important. The amendment offered by my colleague from Pennsylvania is a transparent and one-sided attempt to handcuff that very kind of advocacy. As noted by my colleague from Oregon, the amendment requires that union members have to pre-approve advocacy activity, but does not impose a parallel obligation on corporations or employers to seek shareholder or employee approval prior to making any advocacy or political expenditures. Quite simply, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Interestingly, although Mr. Smucker had a number of specific examples in some of his other amendments. His argument on behalf of this amendment is devoid of any specific examples where union members disagreed with their union. I believe the amendment is needlessly intrusive. By mandating the process for which advocacy or political expenditures can be approved, the amendment unnecessarily restrains labor organizations' ability to decide important matters of internal governance. Unions are accountable to their membership, and they are subject to broad reporting requirements under the Labor Management Reporting and Disclosure Act. In addition, union political action committees are obligated to report contributions to the FEC, and numerous state laws address disclosures of political expenditures by unions. Pursuant to Section 201 of the Labor Management Reporting and Disclosure Act, unions are required to report detailed statements or reference to specific provisions of documents with respect to the authorization for the disbursement of funds and audits of financial transactions. Unions are also already required to accurately disclose disbursements made by it and to provide explanations for those disbursements. This amendment would undermine unions' ability to advocate for their members and would handcuff in red tape the ability of workers to act together for mutual aid and protection, which is an express goal of the National Labor Relations Act. I urge a no vote on this amendment. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Are there other comments on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No, the noes appear to have it. This request for a recorded vote, and that will be rolled. Are there other amendments?
Chair?
Gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie.
Mr. Chair, thanks for recognizing me. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474, offered by Mr. Guthrie.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Connecticut.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order reserved. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it very much. H.R. 2474 amends the NLRA to eliminate an employer standing before the National Labor Relations Board in union representation proceedings. And this amendment strikes a provision of that eliminates employers standing before the NLRB. And I was listening to some of the comments describing our amendments. The provision that's in the base bill could be called a solution in search of a problem. It certainly isn't transparent, but it's one-sided, and it does undermine the Labor Relations Act. The Labor Relations Act was carefully designed so that you could have free and fair elections, in part from the employer's perspective and the union's perspective. And so what the bill does, once you get the card signed or you decide you're going to have an election, the employer and the union negotiate time, place, conditions for the election, who's covered for the election. And that's important because you say, well, why would the employer have standing in that? Is that the employer, there's specifically call-outs for supervisors who can't vote, who can't organize. And so the question is, who's a supervisor employee, who's a management employee? Those are all important in negotiations. And so what the bill does, if there can't be an agreement, then it goes before the National Labor Relations Board, and the bill takes standing out of the right of the employer to go there. Only the union can attend. And so what this does is strikes the provision of the bill that takes away the employer's standing so that they can both have a fair saying. And to one more quote that had one of our amendments, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I think that both the union and the employer should have standing as they go together to have a decision based on issues which they don't agree. And I yield back.
Thank you, gentleman. Yields back. Gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise to oppose this amendment. I think it's very clear the employer is not the one that's on the ballot when employees vote on union representation. And the choice to join a union rests with the employees, not with the employer. And as such, employers shouldn't be able to engage in litigation that just stalls the representation election. Employer standing is like Canada trying to influence American elections because it's involved in trade negotiations with the United States. This amendment would permit employers to continue engaging in unnecessary litigation tactics designed to stall a union election once the employers file a petition for one. Removing employer standing as parties harmonize the NLRA with the Railway Labor Act, which governs labor relations for railway and airline workers. Removing employer standing from the PRO Act does not violate employers' due process rights, because if the NLRB orders them to bargain, they can still seek judicial review of these orders. Courts have upheld that procedure in the context of the Railway Labor Act, and this should not be any different. So this amendment would weaken the PRO Act. It upholds a nonsensical status quo, and I urge a no vote.
Thank you. Other comments on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman from Alabama.
I think this debate on this particular amendment highlights what's going on throughout this bill. This is really not about maintaining the level playing field, which we've had for decades now. It's about completely removing any level from the playing field, which I find interesting because I was looking at the statistics on the union elections, and one lost by the unions. Last year, unions won 790 of 1,120 elections. So the unions are doing fine. They don't need to have an unlevel playing field. Both the union and the employer have an equal interest in the outcome of the elections. But ultimately, it's the employees, and if you only have one side presenting a side of an argument, and you don't present the other side, the people that are really cheated are the workers. We don't talk about the workers much here. We talk a lot about the unions, but we don't talk about the workers. Well, sometimes the employer has to look out for the workers. Now, with regard to why it's taking so much time, I'm going to give these statistics again. In 2016, there were 652 blocking charge petitions by unions, which increased the amount of time from elections from 23 to 105 days. In 2017, there were 1,612 such petitions, which took the number of days from 26 to 136.5. And in 2018, the unions caused about 1,408 blocking petitions, elections to go from 24 days to 122.5 days. The people that are causing the problem here with regard to the length of these things are the unions that are filing the blocking charge petitions. If we were really interested in the workers, and not the unions or the employer, we would adopt this amendment. And all of these amendments have been offered by the Republicans. Because this bill is not written for the workers of America. It's written for union bosses and trial lawyers. Let's be honest. So I strongly support this as fundamental American fairness. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to highlight the fact once again that unions are workers, that they're made up of employees and who come together to organize.
Are there further comments on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Kentucky. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. No. Noes appear to have it. Gentleman's asked for a recorded vote. That will be rolled. Are there other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to offer.
Gentleman from North Carolina has an amendment at the desk. Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474 offered by Mr. Walker.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Connecticut.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
There's a point of order. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am proud to offer an amendment to strike the so-called persuader rule from H.R. 2474. This amendment protects the ability of employees to receive advice from an attorney or consultant without having to disclose their relationship to the federal government when the attorney or consultant will have no contact with the employer's employees. If you think back, this was originally proposed by the Department of Labor during the Obama administration. This rule would require lawyers to violate attorney-client privilege by disclosing their confidential interactions and relevant documents to the Department of Labor. As I think most of us would agree, the federal government should not have any role in requiring employers to submit privileged information to bureaucrats when there has not been any communication between the attorneys and employees. The significant negative impacts of the persuader rule is what caused a federal judge to permanently block the rule prior to its implementation. This provision is just another attempt among the long list of some of the radical ideas who seek to restrict the independence of American workers and enable union leaders to consolidate this power. I must stand up for North Carolinian workers and really all American workers and oppose the persuader rule and the PRO Act in its entirety so that states like our own will not have their right to work freedoms revoked. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this important amendment.
Thank you. Are there comments? Gentlelady from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. According to the Department of Labor in 2016, employers hired union avoidance persuaders in between 71 and 87% of union elections. These persuaders produce anti-union literature and materials. They write speeches and anti-union statements. They identify pro-union employees for discipline or reward. But employees often do not know that their employer has retained these third-party consultants in its campaign against the union. Employees have a right to know the identity of and amounts paid to these outside consultants who are crafting the anti-union messages. This disclosure was originally included in the Labor Management Reporting and Disclosure Act of 1959, and it covered both direct persuasion, the consultants and contracting workers, and indirect persuasion, meaning those who prepare the videos, flyers, people crafting the anti-union campaign strategies. The Obama administration's Labor Department issued the persuader rule to clarify the scope of indirect persuasion activities because the Department of Labor, which is in charge with enforcing this reporting provision, had very narrowly construed the term indirect activities, so it was virtually a nullity over the previous decades. As my colleague mentioned, the Department of Labor rule was vacated by a district court in Texas, but other courts had considered the rule, and at least one indicated that substantial portions may have been consistent with the original law from 1959. Litigation and subsequent appeals efforts stalled at the end of the Obama administration. Section 4 of the PRO Act is intended to clarify what is an indirect persuasion and who must report. This provision is needed to provide that clarity and to ensure employees are fully informed about and can evaluate the credibility of information they're receiving from their employer and third parties during the union elections and during collective bargaining. The amendment frustrates that transparency and ensures that workers will remain in the dark about who the employer is hiring and how much they are paid to influence their decisions about voting for a union. The claims that the persuader rule violates attorney-client privilege are inaccurate. More than 500 attorneys, including more than 240 members of the American Bar Association, submitted a letter in support of the persuader rule. The persuader rule, which the PRO Act codifies, does not require the disclosure of attorney-client protected activity. It does require disclosure if a law firm has been hired to engage in persuader activities that are not involved with providing legal advice. This amendment would weaken the PRO Act, inhibit transparency, and undermine the National Labor Relations Act, and I therefore urge a no vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Are other comments on the amendment? If not, question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from North Carolina.
Like a recorded vote, please.
All in favor, will say aye. All opposed, say no. Noes appear to have it, and a recorded vote is requested.
Thank you.
And that will be rolled. Other amendments?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman from Idaho has an amendment at the desk. Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474 offered by Mr. Fulcher.
Gentleman from Connecticut.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Gentleman from Idaho, recognized on behalf of this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would do two things. It would allow employees to vote whether or not they want a union in a situation where the employer has voluntarily recognized to have a union in their company. That's the first thing. The second thing is it would prevent a union election delay due to the filings of charges against the employer. So back to the first one, just a little bit more detail. There are legitimate reasons why an employer may want to recognize a union. They may want to negotiate a single contract for all employees if there's more than one. They may want to take advantage of favorable terms, may want to avoid a corporate campaign, and I just think that it would be good to allow employees to have that vote in a situation where the employer voluntarily wants to have a union in their company. On the second issue, there are often frivolous charges that get brought up against employers for the single purpose of delaying elections. And that's just, there's a fairness question there. And so the purpose of this amendment is to do those two things, is to allow employees to vote whether or not they want to have a union in a situation where the employer is voluntarily recognized to have a union in their company. And then the second part of it would prevent a union election delay because of filings of charges against the employer. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As my colleague from Idaho noted, this amendment has two parts. It essentially eliminates two essential protections. The first is that once an employer voluntarily recognizes the union through a card check process, they have a duty to bargain in good faith. This amendment says that a decertification campaign can proceed immediately in that 45-day window following voluntary recognition. The goal of this amendment is to eliminate the 6 to 12-month window now accorded to parties to establish a bargaining relationship and replaces it with a contested election process. This amendment is destructive of the voluntary recognition process, and it converts a cooperative process into one that's adversarial. The amendment essentially forces a contested election even though the employer is voluntarily recognizing the union and the union has shown majority status. The second concern, under current law, when there is an unfair labor practice filed against the employer during a decertification election campaign, the NLRB must process this change and adjudicate it before scheduling the election. That makes sense. This amendment, though, says that the election can proceed and the ballots will be impounded while the NLRB investigates the unfair labor practice charge. This will result in a tainted election process being counted even if there ends up with no fair labor practice, which would invalidate the election. It does not require the employer to restore laboratory conditions or an atmosphere free of coercion before the election can then proceed. This amendment in two ways undermines the purpose of the PRO Act and the National Labor Relations Act, and I urge a no vote. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Are there further comments on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Idaho. All in favor will say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. Noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman,
The
could I
gentleman
get a
from
recorded
Idaho
vote, please?
requests a recorded vote, and that vote will be rolled. Are there other amendments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. It would be number 26.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474, offered by Ms. Fox.
The gentleman from Connecticut
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
reserves a point of order. Gentlelady from North Carolina.
I don't know if you want to reset the clock. I'm going to take 5 minutes, but thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment protects Americans' ability to work free from fear of physical violence from union organizers. No American should feel unsafe at work simply because of union status. Unfortunately, threats of violence and vandalism are all too common during union organizing campaigns. In a previous session of Congress, Ms. Shelley Runyon of Titus Electrical Contracting testified before this committee. We've had a death threat, vandalism to employee and company property during pickets, anonymous threatening phone calls to our employees' homes at 1 a.m., and intentional damage and sabotage to our work sites. In 2017, the Teamsters Union physically threatened Ms. Padma Lakshmi, host of the popular television show Top Chef, attempting to extort the program into hiring union labor. Not only did they threaten to smash her pretty face, the Teamsters subjected the host and her crew to racist and homophobic insults, slashed their tires, and vandalized at least 9 production vehicles. Union violence cannot and should not be taken lightly. Any responsible employer would fire an employee for this kind of behavior. This amendment prevents the NLRB from giving employees a free pass and putting them back on the job, and prevents unions from looking the other way by revoking their bargaining status if they engage in or encourage such behavior. Violence should not be necessary for union organizing. If it is, the union is clearly doing something wrong. This amendment in no way impacts the right to organize or unions' ability to negotiate. The amendment merely protects the safety of American workers on the job, and I urge my colleagues to pass it.
Thank you. There are other comments? On the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think the last time that most attorneys around here probably checked, criminal laws in all 50 states make it illegal for unions, union members, and other individuals to engage in violence. Clear and simple. Both assault and battery are punishable under criminal and civil law, and they are already very effective enforcement schemes that prevent so-called, quote, union violence, unquote. Moreover, it's unnecessary and it's also unhelpful to require the board to enjoin such behavior, because that remedy would be too slow, far slower than the law enforcement process. If an individual engages in violence, law enforcement should be immediately engaged. It would be ridiculous to wait for a federal court to enjoin a person or entity engaged in that behavior. As many of the amendments we've seen, which seem to be either harmful or redundant, this one falls under redundant, but it could also be harmful. Criminal laws are already in place to prevent this behavior. I urge a no vote.
Thank you. The other comments on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. No. Noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chair, could we have a recorded
Recorded
vote?
vote is requested, and that will be rolled. Are there further amendments?
I have an amendment, Mr. Chairman, at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474, offered by Mrs. Fox.
The gentleman from Connecticut.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order, and the gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 2474 should ensure that the rights of those employees are protected throughout the unionization process. The bill fails miserably in this regard. Americans have the expectation and the right to privacy. In the modern economy, this means deciding for themselves whether to share their private, personal information. At the first committee hearing on this bill this year, a prominent union leader testified that unions need workers' personal information so that they can harass them any place you can get them, including at their home, to pressure them into supporting the union. Without the ability to decide for themselves whether to share personal information with union bosses, workers could be unwittingly subjecting themselves to harassment via their home phone, cell phone, personal email address, and more. There's no guarantee of how workers' personal information might be used or misused. For one, it can be used by unions for unwanted political campaigning, solicitation, or worse. In addition, we've seen countless examples of private companies and government agencies subjected to hacks and leaks that allow private personal information into the wrong hands. The last thing American workers need is for self-interested union bosses to have that information, or for hackers and scammers to gain access as well. Many members of Congress know firsthand the risk associated with having their personal information distributed. This amendment provides a basic privacy protection to the workers we represent. So while they are free to organize together, they're just as free to protect their personal information. Opposition to this amendment will lay bare who is more concerned about the desires of union bosses or the privacy rights of workers. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment to protect employee privacy.
Thank you. A point of order? Did we already do that? You raise a point of order? Okay, you did. Thank you. Any? Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a one-sided amendment that allows employers to have more access to workers and their personal information while simultaneously handcuffing unions. This proposal substantially disadvantages the free choice of employees by allowing their employers access to emails, calls, and captive audience meetings, while limiting unions' access to additional contact information. This amendment would also pressure workers into signaling or masking the level of support they have for unions through their selection of contact information. A worker may feel pressure to choose a certain method of communication to gain favor with their employer. Under this amendment, employers would require workers to make this choice in writing, and then workers would have to submit their selection to management so the list could be shared with the NLRB. The PRO Act codifies provisions in the NLRB's 2014 election procedures that update the contact information unions can receive before an election. This ensures that employees can best understand the union's position before the election. The NLRB has reported to Congress in a letter from March 2018 that no union has been alleged to misuse these lists since the procedures were updated. This amendment would weaken the PRO Act and undermines the NLRA. I urge a no vote. This amendment would weaken the PRO Act. I urge a no vote. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady yields back. Are there further comments on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from North Carolina. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. No. The noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, could we have a recorded vote, please?
The recorded vote is requested, and that will be rolled. Are there other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have another amendment at the table.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474, offered by Mrs. Fox.
Gentleman from Connecticut.
Reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment protects unions' ability to negotiate full health insurance benefits for their members, no matter what other legislation is enacted by Congress, including the Congressional Democrats' Medicare for All proposal that would otherwise strip the unions of this right. A Democrat member of this committee has introduced legislation co-sponsored by 117 House Democrats that would force every American into a one-size-fits-all government-run health plan. Absent protection from Congress, this committee Democrat bill would raise the taxes of all American workers and force them into a much less generous health plan than the one their union has fought for and negotiated. Union workers should not have to give up their hard-fought gains in favor of a radical socialist scheme for government-run health care. Just this month, Richard Trumka, president of the AFL-CIO, and a Democrat witness who testified before this committee in support of H.R. 2474, said his union would have a hard time supporting a health care bill that eliminates union health plans. A vote for this amendment is a vote against the socialist government takeover of health care. A vote against this amendment is a vote against union workers and against hard-fought union benefits. I urge my colleagues to support this common-sense amendment.
Thank you. There are comments on the amendment? I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. The fact of the matter is that health care benefits are already a mandatory subject for bargaining under the NLRA. The PRO Act does not touch this. However, this bargaining subject involving health care benefits must take place consistent with other laws, including the Affordable Care Act and HIPAA. It has to be consistent with ERISA and other non-discrimination provisions like those in the Americans with Disabilities Act and other laws. The healthcare laws do not exempt, if these healthcare laws do not exempt collectively bargained agreements, this provision, due to its language, quote, notwithstanding any other provision of law, could open up unanticipated and unwelcomed exceptions. This amendment is seeking to undermine floors of protection set forth in other laws where exceptions are not already provided for in a collective bargaining agreement, and therefore urge a no vote, as this undermines not only the PRO Act, but also worker health care benefits. I yield back. Are there other comments on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from North Carolina. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. No. Noes appear to have it, and
Mr.
a
Chairman, could we
recorded
have a
vote is
recorded vote?
requested. That will be rolled. Are there other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474 offered by Mrs. Fox.
The gentleman
Mr.
from
Chairman,
Connecticut.
reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes a provision of H.R. 2474 that requires an employer and union to enter a mandatory arbitration proceeding in the event of a collective bargaining impasse, and allows the arbitration panel to impose a binding two-year contract without approval from the employer or the workers. Impasses are common for first contracts because unions often make unrealistic promises to workers during the organizing process in an attempt to win workers' support, which makes it hard for unions to actually negotiate the first collective bargaining agreement. Under mandatory arbitration, neither workers nor employers have any recourse if they're unhappy with the terms of the contract imposed upon them. Moreover, H.R. 2474 requires arbitrators to consider vague factors that are difficult to quantify when determining their binding two-year contract. For example, they are required to consider the employer's prospects, as though this three-person panel can accurately predict how the future market will react and how it will impact the financial stability of the employer. Also, the wages and benefits provided by other employers, quote, in the same business, end quote, meaning a small mom and pop shop could be compared to a major big box retailer and have to match their contracts simply because they sell some of the same items. Congressional Democrats are delaying passage of the United States-Mexico-Canada trade agreement to ensure enforcement of a Mexico law which protects Mexican workers' right to vote, to approve or reject collective bargaining agreements. But Democrats seek to deny that same right to American workers. Despite how nice these factors may sound, anyone who's spent time in the private sector can understand how patently ridiculous these arbitration standards are. Neither business nor workers should be forced to accept a contract they never agreed to and that may not work for either party. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment and strike mandatory arbitration from this bill.
Thank you. The gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do note that I think the tail end of what my friend, the gentlelady, said caught my ear, because it seemed to imply that this was a provision in the PRO Act which would ensure, would impose a contract effectively on the employer. What this does instead is it sets up a process for first contract, which is mediation and then arbitration. 50% nearly 50% of unions fail to reach an agreement with an employer after being certified as the employer's bargaining representative through an election. And so there is an incentive currently in place where the employer simply refuses to engage in the hopes that decertification will result after an extended period of time where there's no first contract. So this is a process to get to yes. I think it's important. The employees at this point will have already agreed to collectively bargain and will have identified the exclusive union that has a responsibility for negotiating the contract. So I think this makes a great deal of sense. It will get us to yes more often. It will protect the interests of workers who have already signaled through their election and selection their intent to collectively bargain. So I urge the amendment be defeated.
Are there other comments on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from North Carolina. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. Noes appear to have it.
Could we have a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman?
Recorded vote is requested and will be rolled. Are there other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment, will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474, offered by Mrs. Fox.
Mr. Chairman,
The gentleman from Connecticut.
sir, point of order.
Point of order is reserved. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment expands the information that unions must annually report to the Department of Labor so that workers can see with greater detail how their hard-earned union dues are being spent. Just last month, the FBI raided the home of the president of the United Auto Workers, the latest chapter in an ongoing scandal that has resulted in 8 convictions stemming from UAW officials spending workers' dues intended for workforce development on lavish personal expenses like a $350,000 Ferrari, 2 $37,000 pens, and a $30,000 party featuring strolling models lighting attendees' cigars. Democrats and union bosses claim that corruption is anecdotal, but over the last 10 fiscal years, DOL enforcement has resulted in over 1,000 indictments. Many instances of wrongdoing are the result of lax reporting requirements and can be identified and addressed if this amendment were law and labor union activities and spending were more transparent. This amendment would require unions to disclose the name of any party buying or selling union assets of $5,000 or more, require more union officials to declare whether they receive any income or economic benefits from an entity that does business with the union or employs union members, and require union trust, organizations such as strike funds and apprenticeship programs set up to benefit workers, to file their own separate financial disclosures. A vote for this amendment is a vote for transparency and accountability on behalf of workers.
Back, are there comment? Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Gentlelady from Michigan.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak on this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly, we understand that workers need protections. And we also understand how our laws are currently written. This amendment, talks about whistleblower protections in a time of somewhat irony, but it only goes so far as to call out our unions. And we certainly need protections across the board. And we recognize that employers must report any payments made to individuals to cause them to directly persuade employees or in terms of how they are operating. And so this amendment doesn't do it justice, and it certainly doesn't cover the protections for those who are working on the corporate side. And as we have repeatedly seen today, it is just calling out and trying to minimize the strength of unions and labor protections in the United States. And so I reject this amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to join me in that process. Thank you. I yield back my time.
Thank you. The other comments on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No, the noes appear to have it.
Do we have a recorded vote?
And the recorded vote is requested and will be rolled. Are there other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have the amendment you have been looking for. It's the last one.
I can't wait. The gentlelady, the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2474, offered by Mrs. Fox.
The gentleman from Connecticut.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The point of order is reserved, and the gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 2474 amounts to little more than a government bailout for union bosses who are facing steadily declining union membership because they have failed to meet the needs of the modern workforce, have focused their resources and attention on politics rather than organizing new workers, and have a long-standing problem of corruption. H.R. 2474 is not intended to appeal to American workers. American workers want freedom, flexibility, and opportunity in their careers. Those who wish to be represented by a union want unions that are responsive, accountable, and transparent. Instead, this bill is designed to appeal to liberal Democrat primary voters and union bosses with whom Democrat candidates want to curry favor. It does so by stripping the rights of employers and workers alike and replacing them with an antiquated 1930s outlook on the economy and socialist principles that value coercion and control above individual freedom. The Democrats named this bill the Protecting the Right to Organize Act, but that was merely an attempt to disguise its true intentions. The right to organize is not under attack. Rather, as a recent column in the New York Times stated, most unions are not committing significant resources to organizing non-union workers. Moreover, forcing workers to turn over more and more personal information to union leaders doesn't protect them, it exposes them. Forcing workers to accept representation from a union they never voted for and don't want doesn't protect them, it undermines them. And forcing workers to pay hundreds of dollars to that union just to keep their job doesn't protect them, it coerces them. This bill is equally harmful to employers of all sizes, undermining their right to petition their government, their freedom of speech, their freedom of association, and their ability to do business free from union harassment. A government focus on free market principles over the last 2.5 years has improved the lives of tens of millions of Americans, creating new jobs, bigger paychecks, and more opportunities to live the American dream. The Democrats' radical socialist agenda embodied in this bill would reverse all of that and would do irreparable harm to the modern U.S. economy. We should adopt this amendment to call this bill what it really is, the Socialist Solutions for Labor Unions Act. With that, I yield back.
Are there responses to the gentlelady's comments? Gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment is not serious and it should be rejected. Socialism means government control of the means of production. It means no private property, may mean other things. This bill has nothing to do with any of that. And I would submit to you that there is no chance of us having a healthy capitalist economy unless we create a free market for worker organization in this country and unless workers have true freedom to form unions and bargain collectively. They don't have it, and we are seriously attempting to remedy that today, and we're faced with this. In the 8 years that the Republicans were in the majority, they never missed an opportunity to undermine the federal law providing workers the right to organize and bargain collectively for higher wages, safer working conditions, and a more secure retirement. In fact, from 2011 to 2018, they held nearly 40 hearings or markups to undermine the National Labor Relations Act. Fortunately, that time has passed. Since the beginning of this year, our committee held 3 legislative hearings on this bill and heard from many stakeholders, including a truck driver, an auto parts factory worker, a former supply clerk. They told us how and why the National Labor Relations Act needs to be strengthened. The bill has over 200 co-sponsors and the support of many in this room and others across the country. The time to act has come. Today we are taking an important step towards relinking pay and productivity and ending wage stagnation. Today, we are providing workers a badly needed voice in the workplace and a pathway to the middle class. My Republican colleagues may choose to refer to this bill by whatever title they want, but in a short while, we're all going to be able to refer to it as approved by this committee. In the coming weeks, we're all going to be able to refer to it as passed by the U.S. House of Representatives. And down the road, I hope, we'll all be able to refer to it as the law of the land. That's been Committee Democrats' focus and priority since assuming the majority, and I thank the gentlelady for giving me an opportunity to point that out. Please vote no on this amendment. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My constituents back home, there's so many of them who are worried about how they're going to pay their health care bills, whether they can pay their student loans, how they're going to save for retirement, whether they need to buy a bulletproof backpack for their kid to go to school. And we've been here all day, and I thought we had a really good debate about the rights of workers, but if any of us went back home and told our constituents that we were spending time debating changing the title of a bill, I think they'd be surprised and rightly disappointed. We need to move on, reject this amendment, and get back to a meaningful debate about the policies that our constituents care about. I yield back.
Thank you. Other comments, gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just came from speaking with some folks from UAW, from SEIU, from a number of different unions, and they were telling me how much it meant to them that this bill is being marked up, that we finally are having a substantive discussion and marking up a bill that is going to bring relief and opportunity and the ability to collectively bargain to so many workers across this country that are struggling to make it in an economy that simply seems to work for the very few and not for the majority of workers. And I think it's really unfortunate that we have an amendment that seems to be a joke offered here, because I think that at the core, what we are talking about is giving workers the opportunity to have a better life for themselves, have more power for themselves. And you know, I think about what's happening in my state. In my state, IATSE Local 15 members need the PRO Act because they voted to unionize 4 years ago and they still have no contract. ILWU members need the PRO Act to protect them against new international companies that have retaliated against union leaders by suing them individually in intimidating RICO cases that were later tossed out by a federal judge. SEIU members want to be able to speak up for appropriate staffing levels. Grocery store workers with UFCW 21 want to earn decent wages so that they only have to work one job. Unite Here 8, unionized hotel workers, want workplaces that are free of sexual harassment and abuse. Building trades union members want safety on the job, and educators want resources for their students and a voice at the table. These are the kinds of demands that would reduce the inequality that we've been talking about and ensure that everyone can participate in our economy. I want to say one final thing, which is earlier we continued to have these discussions about unions and union bosses versus workers. And I want to echo the comments that my colleague, Ms. Hayes, made multiple times, that you really do not understand unions or workers if you don't know that unions are workers. And I really take some umbrage at the title union boss. My husband is a proud Pennsylvania from Pittsburgh union member that has worked his way up through the ranks and led unions and was the head of the King County Labor Council for the AFL-CIO, elected by 125,000 union members. And the idea that we would third-party the union and essentially say that somehow union bosses are fighting for somebody other than themselves and their members. That is who unions are, and they elect their leaders to represent them and to actually fight for things that make workers better. So I hope we don't use those kinds of terms, and Mr. Chairman, I obviously oppose this amendment, and I hope that we pass the underlying bill with a tremendous amount of pride in what we are doing for workers across the country. I hope that can be bipartisan, but if it isn't, then I congratulate my Democratic colleagues in standing up for workers across this country and ensuring that they have a better life. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there other comments on the amendment? Gentleman from Alabama.
A plain reading of the statute would tell anybody that the definitions and the terms of the National Labor Relations Act, unions are not defined as workers or vice versa. I yield back.
Lady from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I deeply resent the use of the word socialism to refer to this decent, fine piece of legislation. In my district, socialism is a dirty word. It represents countries like Cuba and Nicaragua and Venezuela who deny people free speech, who torture workers and deny free press. The hardworking men and women of my district respect unions for what they can do for their future. I yield back.
Thank you. Are there other comments, gentlemen from Northern Mariana Islands?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, for the most part, many of us have been in and out of this room. You have sat there in your chair since 10 o'clock this morning. I spend 32 days a year traveling between home and D.C. and back home. 32 days. I didn't spend almost the whole of today sitting here listening to the debate to only come up with this amendment that's truly a farce and an insult to all of us who sat here and tried to make sense of this effort we're doing, a markup. I really resent this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote no. I actually urge the sponsor of the amendment to withdraw her amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
Are there other comments on the amendment? Gentlelady from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have been on this committee for 6 years, and I've never seen a charade like this about a wonderful, wonderful piece of legislation. This is the most important piece of legislation that has ever come before this committee. That is why we had so many hearings on this bill, because this is a bill that affects people's lives. This is a bill that will give people the right to organize and speak up and speak out for their right to organize. And that is what our committee is all about. We support working people. Unions build the middle class. We would not have a sustainable middle class if it were not for unions. And I truly believe that all of the Republican members of this committee are the products of families who belong to unions who built the middle class of this nation. So I say to you, with this important piece of legislation, let us move forward and celebrate today that we are speaking for the American people, that we are speaking for the workers who built this nation and continue to build this nation, and to deserve every kind of incentive we can give them to organize and speak out for their rights, their privileges, so that they too can own a piece of the American pie. I yield back.
Thank you. Are there other comments on the bill? If not, the other on the amendment? The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from North Carolina. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed will say no. No. Noes appear to have it. The noes have it. We'll now, before we begin previously postponed votes, I want to note for the record that when the committee came back after recessing for floor votes, we were waiting for the 1/3 quorum to return to order to continue the markup. Before the quorum arrived, the ranking member and I agreed to waive the quorum requirement in this instance so that we could reinstate the markup. This does not waive the quorum necessary to report a measure, which still requires the majority of the committee, which is obviously present. We'll now begin with voting on previously postponed votes in the order they were offered. We'll begin with roll call number one, amendment offered by gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wilson, that clarifies employer violates NLRA by misclassifying employees in order to undermine their right to organize. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
Aye.
Chairman Scott votes aye. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes aye. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes aye. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes aye. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Chicano? Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. DeSagne? Mr. DeSagne votes aye. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes aye. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes aye. Ms. McBath? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes aye. Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Shalala? Ms. Shalala votes aye. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes aye. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes aye. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes aye. Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes aye. Mrs. Strahan? Mr. Strahan votes aye. Mr. Castro? Mrs. Fox?
Before I vote, I want to make a small comment. I appreciate the righteous indignation that was just expressed about the title of the bill, but I'd remind my colleagues that when we had the Child Nutrition Act, the Democrats proposed calling it the Hunger Games Act. I vote no.
Mrs. Fox votes no. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker votes no. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor votes no. Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins votes no. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes no.
The clerk call the names of those who did not answer the original roll call.
Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Chicano? Mr. Chicano votes aye. Mrs. McBath? Mr. Castro? Mr. Wright?
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 25 yeas, 21 nays.
25 ayes, 21 nays. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The second amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin, enables union elections to be conducted electronically through certified mail at an employee's premises or at a location other than the one owned by employer. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
Aye.
Chairman Scott votes aye. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes aye. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes aye. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes aye. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Takano? Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. DeSagne? Mr. DeSagne votes aye. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes aye. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes aye. Mrs. McBath? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes aye. Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Shalala? Ms. Shalala votes aye. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes aye. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes aye. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes aye. Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes aye. Mrs. Strahan? Mrs. Strahan votes aye. Mr. Castro? Mrs. Fox? Mrs. Fox votes no. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker votes no. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor votes no. Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins votes no. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes no.
Has any member not been recorded? How's Mr. Grauhalder?
Mr. Grauhalver is not recorded. Mr. Grauhalver votes aye.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro?
Mr. Castro is not recorded. Mr. Castro votes aye.
Is anyone else not recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 27 yeas, 21 nays.
The 27 ayes, 21 nays, the amendment is adopted. The third amendment, gentleman from California, Mr. Harder, authorizes the NLRB to assess civil penalties for violations of the NLRA, such as unlawful threats against employees for exercising their rights. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
Aye.
Chairman Scott votes aye. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes aye. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes aye. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes aye. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Takano? Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. DeSagne? Mr. DeSagne votes aye. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes aye. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes aye. Mrs. McBath? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes aye. Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Shalala? Ms. Shalala votes aye. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes aye. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes aye. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes aye. Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes aye. Mrs. Strahan? Mrs. Strahan votes aye. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes aye. Mrs. Fox?
Oh.
Mrs. Fox votes no. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker votes no. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor votes no. Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins votes no. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes no.
How is Ms. Jayapal recorded?
Ms. Jayapal votes aye.
Do any other members wish to be recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 27 yeas, 21 nays.
27 ayes, 21 nays. The amendment is adopted. Fourth amendment is offered by the gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Strahan, prohibits employers from locking out, suspending, or withholding employment in order to leverage their position at the bargaining table prior to a strike. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
Aye.
Chairman Scott votes aye. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes aye. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes aye. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes aye. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Chicano? Mr. Chicano votes aye. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. DeSanya? Mr. DeSanya votes aye. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes aye. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes aye. Mrs. McBath? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes aye. Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Shalala? Ms. Shalala votes aye. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes aye. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes aye. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes aye. Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes aye. Mr. Strahan? Mr. Strahan votes aye. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes aye. Mrs. Fox?
No.
Mrs. Fox votes no. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Stefanik? Mr. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker votes no. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor votes no. Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins votes no. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes no.
How is Ms. Jayapal recorded?
Ms. Jayapal is not recorded.
Is anyone else not recorded? Is
Jayapal votes aye.
anyone else not recorded? If not, clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 27 yeas, 21 nays.
21 ayes, 27 ayes, 21 nays. The amendment is adopted. The Fifth Amendment is offered by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen, strikes provisions at the end of the bill that end right to work. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes no. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Chicano? Mr. Chicano votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSanya? Mr. DeSanya votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes no. Mrs. McBath? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes no. Ms. Shalala? Ms. Shalala votes no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes no. Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes no. Mrs. Strahan? Mrs. Strahan votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes no. Mrs. Fox?
Yes.
Mrs. Fox votes aye. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker votes aye. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor votes aye. Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins votes aye. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 21 yeas, 27 nays.
27 ayes, 27 nays. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. Next amendment, number 6, offered by the gentleman from Georgia, allows employees to revoke their dues to the union at any time. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis? No. Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes no. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Chicano? Mr. Chicano votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSagne? Mr. DeSagne votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes no. Mrs. McBath? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes no. Ms. Shalala? Ms. Shalala votes no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes no. Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes no. Mr. Strahan? Mr. Strahan votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes no. Mrs. Fox?
Yes.
Mrs. Fox votes aye. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker votes aye. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor votes aye. Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins votes aye. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes aye.
Is Mr. Grijalva recorded?
Mr. Grijalva is not recorded. Mr. Grijalva votes no.
Are there others that wish to be recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 21 yeas, 27 nays.
27 ayes, 21 ayes, 27 nays. The amendment is not adopted. The next amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, prescribes the content of the employee rights and protections posted to include information on not paying union dues. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes no. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Chicano? Mr. Chicano votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSagne? Mr. DeSagne votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes no. Mrs. McBath? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes no. Ms. Shalala? Ms. Shalala votes no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes no. Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes no. Mrs. Strahan? Mr. Strahan votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes no. Mrs. Fox?
Yes.
Mrs. Fox votes aye. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Byrne. Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Walker. Mr. Walker votes aye. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor votes aye. Mr. Watkins. Mr. Watkins votes aye. Mr. Wright. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Keller. Mr. Keller votes aye.
Is anyone not recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 21 yeas, 27 nays.
21 ayes, 27 nays. The nays have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Next amendment is offered by the gentleman from Tennessee, prohibits unions from using card check recognition. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott.
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis. Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes no. Ms. Fudge. Ms. Fudge votes no. Mr. Sablon. Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Chicano. Mr. Chicano votes no. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSagne. Mr. DeSagne votes aye. Mr. Norcross. Mr. DeSagne votes no. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder votes no. Mrs. McBath. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood votes no. Mrs. Hayes. Mrs. Hayes votes no. Ms. Shalala. Ms. Shalala votes no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar. Ms. Omar votes no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes no. Mrs. Lee. Mrs. Lee votes no. Mr. Trahan. Mr. Trahan votes no. Mr. Castro. Mr. Castro votes no. Mrs. Fox.
Aye.
Mrs. Fox votes aye. Mr. Rowe. Mr. Rowe votes aye. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Byrne. Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Walker. Mr. Walker votes aye. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor votes aye. Mr. Watkins. Mr. Watkins votes aye. Mr. Wright. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Keller. Mr. Keller votes aye.
Is anyone not recorded? If not, clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 21 yeas, 27 nays.
27 ayes, 21 ayes, 27 nays. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. Next amendment is offered by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rowe, requires mandatory union recertification elections. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott.
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis. Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes no. Ms. Fudge. Ms. Fudge votes no. Mr. Sablon. Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Chicano. Mr. Chicano votes no. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSagne. Mr. DeSagne votes no. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder votes no. Mrs. McBath. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood votes no. Mrs. Hayes. Mrs. Hayes votes no. Ms. Shalala. Ms. Shalala votes no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar. Ms. Omar votes no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes no. Mrs. Lee. Mrs. Lee votes no. Mr. Strahan. Mr. Strahan votes no. Mr. Castro. Mr. Castro votes no. Mrs. Fox.
Aye.
Mrs. Fox votes aye. Mr. Rowe. Mr. Rowe votes aye. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Byrne. Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Rothman votes aye. Mr. Stefanik? Mr. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker votes aye. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor votes aye. Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins votes aye. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes aye.
Is anyone not recorded? If not, clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 21 yeas, 27 nays.
21 ayes, 27 nays. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. Next amendment is offered by the gentleman from Tennessee, allows non-union members to vote on collective bargaining agreements or strikes or participate in multi-employer pension plans. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes no. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Chicano? Mr. Chicano votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSagne? Mr. DeSagne votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes no. Ms. McBath? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes no. Ms. Shalala? Ms. Shalala votes no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes no. Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes no. Mrs. Strahan? Mrs. Strahan votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes no. Mrs. Fox?
Aye.
Mrs. Fox votes aye. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker votes aye. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor votes aye. Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins votes aye. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes aye.
Is anyone not recorded? If not, clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 21 yeas, 27 nays.
21 ayes, 27 nays. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. The next amendment is offered by the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Banks, requires citizenship status to vote in a union representation election. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes no. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Chicano? Mr. Chicano votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSagne? Mr. DeSagne votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes no. Mrs. McBath? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes no. Ms. Shalala? Ms. Shalala votes no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes no. Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes no. Mrs. Strahan? Mrs. Strahan votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes no. Mrs. Fox?
Aye.
Mrs. Fox votes aye. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes no. Aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker votes aye. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor votes aye. Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins votes aye. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes aye.
Anyone not recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 21 yeas, 27 nays.
27 ayes, 21 ayes, 27 nays. The amendment is not adopted. Next is the gentleman from South Dakota, allows employers to avoid the collective bargaining process pertaining to employee raises. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes no. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Chicano? Mr. Chicano votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSagne? Mr. DeSagne votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes no. Mrs. McBath? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Underwood? Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes no. Ms. Shalala? Ms. Shalala votes no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes no. Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes no. Mrs. Strahan? Mrs. Strahan votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes no. Mrs. Fox?
Aye.
Mrs. Fox votes aye. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker votes aye. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Ms. Fulcher? Ms. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor votes aye. Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins votes aye. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes aye.
Is anyone not recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 21 yeas, 26 nays.
21 ayes, 26 nays. The amendment is not adopted. The next amendment is offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Makes it an unfair labor practice for a union to fail to protect personal information received in an organizing drive or to use it for any matter other than representation proceedings. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes no. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Chicano? Mr. Chicano votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSagne? Mr. DeSagne votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes no. Mrs. McBath? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes no. Ms. Shalala? Ms. Shalala votes no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes no. Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes no. Mrs. Strahan? Mr. Strahan votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes no. Mrs. Fox?
Aye.
Mrs. Fox votes aye. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker votes aye. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor votes aye. Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins votes aye. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes aye.
Anyone not recorded? If not, clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 21 yeas, 27 nays.
21 ayes, 27 nays. The nays have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Next amendment is offered by the gentleman from South Carolina, authorizes civil penalties against unions for violations of secondary boycott prohibitions under current law. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes no. Mr. Sablan? Mr. Sablan votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Chicano? Mr. Chicano votes no. Ms. Adams?
Dr. Adams?
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Desanye? Mr. Desanye votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes no. Mrs. McBath? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes no. Ms. Shalala? Ms. Shalala votes no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes no. Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes no. Mrs. Strahan? Mrs. Strahan votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes no. Mrs. Fox?
Aye.
Mrs. Fox votes aye. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker votes aye. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor votes aye. Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins votes aye. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes aye.
Not recorded, clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 21 yeas, 27 nays.
21 ayes, 27 nays. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. Next amendment is offered by the gentleman from Kentucky, reinstitutes secondary boycott prohibition. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes no. Mr. Sablan? Mr. Sablan votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Chicano? Mr. Chicano votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Desanye? Mr. Desanye votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes no. Mrs. McBath? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes no. Ms. Shalala? Ms. Shalala votes no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes no. Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes no. Mrs. Strahan? Mrs. Strahan votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes no. Mrs. Fox?
Aye.
Mrs. Fox votes aye. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker votes aye. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor votes aye. Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins votes aye. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes aye.
Anyone not recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this bill, there are 21 yeas, 27 nays.
21 ayes, 27 nays. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from Pennsylvania's amendment strikes provisions in the amendment that should substitute that eliminate the prohibition on secondary boycotts and picketing. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis? No. Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes no. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Chicano? Mr. Chicano votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSagne? Mr. DeSagne votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes no. Mrs. McBath? Mrs. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes no. Ms. Shalala? Ms. Shalala votes no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes no. Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes no. Ms. Strahan? Ms. Strahan votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes no. Mrs. Fox? Mrs. Fox votes aye. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker votes aye. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor votes aye. Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins votes aye. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes aye.
Is anyone not recorded? If not, clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this bill, there are 21 yeas, 27 nays.
27 ayes, 21 ayes, 27 nays. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. The gentlelady from New York's amendment is next. Strikes the provision in the bill that clarified the definition of employee. Clerk will call a roll.
Chairman Scott?
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes no. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Chicano? Mr. Chicano votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Desanya? Mr. Desanya votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes no. Ms. McBath? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes no. Ms. Shalala? Ms. Shalala votes no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes no. Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes no. Mrs. Strahan? Mrs. Strahan votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes no. Mrs. Fox?
Aye.
Mrs. Fox votes aye. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Byrne. Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Comer. Mr. Walker, I apologize. Mr. Walker. Mr. Walker votes aye. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor votes aye. Mr. Watkins. Mr. Watkins votes aye. Mr. Wright. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Keller. Mr. Keller votes aye.
Is anyone not recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 21 yeas, 27 nays.
21 ayes, 27 nays. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. Next amendment offered by the gentleman from Kansas dictates that the arbitration panel's decision for a first contract shall not be based on the requirement that employees in a bargaining unit are participants in a multi-employer pension plan. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes no. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano? Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSanya? Mr. DeSanya votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes no. Mrs. McBath? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes no. Ms. Shalala? Ms. Shalala votes no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes no. Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes no. Mrs. Trahan? Mr. Trahan votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes no. Mrs. Fox?
Aye.
Mrs. Fox votes aye. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker votes aye. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor votes aye. Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins votes aye. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes aye.
Is anyone not recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 21 yeas, 27 nays.
21 ayes, 27 nays. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. The next amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan delays the union pre-election hearing for not less than 14 days. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes no. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Chicano? Mr. Chicano votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSanya? Mr. DeSanya votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes no. Mrs. McBath? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes no. Ms. Shalala? Ms. Shalala votes no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes no. Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes no. Mr. Strahan? Mr. Strahan votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes no. Mrs. Fox?
Aye.
Mrs. Fox votes aye. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker votes aye. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor votes aye. Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins votes aye. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes aye.
Is anyone not recorded? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 21 yeas, 27 nays.
21 ayes, 27 nays. The nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The next is the gentleman from Michigan requires notices accompanying union authorization cards declaring purpose and disclosure of dues and fees. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes no. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano? Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli? Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes no. Mrs. McBath? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes no. Ms. Shalala? Ms. Shalala votes no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes no. Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes no. Mrs. Strahan? Mr. Strahan votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes no. Mrs. Fox?
Aye.
Mrs. Fox votes aye. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Mr. Stefanik? Mr. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker votes aye. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor votes aye. Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins votes aye. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes aye.
Is anyone not recorded? How is the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli?
Mr.
recorded?
Morelli is not recorded. Mr. Morelli votes no. No.
Anyone else not recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 21 yeas, 27 nays.
21 ayes, 27 nays. The noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Next is the gentleman from Michigan, human trafficking actions not to be taken into account for purposes of determining joint employer status. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes no. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano? Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes no. Mrs. McBath? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes no. Ms. Shalala? Ms. Shalala votes no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes no. Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes no. Mrs. Strahan? Mr. Strahan votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes no. Mrs. Fox?
Aye.
Mrs. Fox votes aye. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grossman votes aye. Mr. Stefanik? Mr. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker votes aye. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor votes aye. Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins votes aye. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes aye.
Anyone not recorded? If not, clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 21 yeas, 27 nays.
21 ayes, 27 nays. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. Next is the gentleman from Alabama. Narrows joint employment standard to allow employers to subcontract in order to evade liability. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes no. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Chicano? Mr. Chicano votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSanya? Mr. DeSanya votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes no. Mrs. McBath? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes no. Ms. Shalala? Ms. Shalala votes no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes no. Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes no. Mr. Strahan? Strahan votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes no. Mrs. Fox?
Aye.
Mrs. Fox votes aye. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. Grossman? Mr. Grossman votes aye. Mr. Stefanik? Mr. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker votes aye. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor votes aye. Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins votes aye. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes aye.
Is anyone not recorded? If not, clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 21 yeas, 27 nays.
27 ayes, 27 nays. Nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. Next amendment is the gentleman from Alabama, corporate social responsibility requirements imposed on third parties may not be used as evidence for joint employer relationship. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes no. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Chicano? Mr. Chicano votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSanya? Mr. DeSanya votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes no. Mrs. McBath? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes no. Ms. Shalala? Shalala votes no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes no. Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes no. Mr. Strahan? Mr. Strahan votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes no. Mrs. Fox?
Aye.
Mrs. Fox votes aye. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker votes aye. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor votes aye. Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins votes aye. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes aye.
Is anyone not recorded? Not clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 21 yeas, 27 nays.
21 ayes, 27 nays, and nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. Next amendment is gentleman from Pennsylvania, creates a civil penalty for unions. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes no. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Chicano? Mr. Chicano votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSanye? Mr. DeSanye votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes no. Mrs. McBath? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes no. Ms. Shalala? Ms. Shalala votes no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Stevens? Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes no. Mrs. Strahan? Mr. Strahan votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes no. Mrs. Fox?
Aye.
Mrs. Fox votes aye. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker votes aye. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor votes aye. Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins votes aye. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes aye.
Is anyone not recorded? If not, clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 21 yeas, 26 nays.
There are ayes 21, nays 26. The noes have it. The motion is not adopted. The next amendment, gentleman from Pennsylvania, prevents unions from discouraging workers to break a strike. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes no. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Chicano? Mr. Chicano votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSanye? Mr. DeSanye votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes no. Mrs. McBath? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes no. Ms. Shalala? Ms. Shalala votes no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Stevens? Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes no. Mr. Strahan? Mr. Strahan votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes no. Mrs. Fox?
Aye.
Mrs. Fox votes aye. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Rowland? Mr. Rowland votes aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker votes aye. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor votes aye. Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins votes aye. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes aye.
Is anyone not recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 21 yeas, 26 nays.
21 ayes, 26 nays. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. The next amendment, offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, prevents employees from paying dues for purposes other than collective bargaining. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes no. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Chicano? Mr. Chicano votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSagne? Mr. DeSagne votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes no. Mrs. McBath? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes no. Ms. Shalala? Ms. Shalala votes no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Stevens? Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes no. Mr. Trahan? Mr. Trahan votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes no. Mrs. Fox?
Aye.
Mrs. Fox votes aye. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Rowland? Mr. Rowland votes aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker votes aye. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor votes aye. Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins votes aye. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes aye.
Is anyone not recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 21 yeas, 26 nays.
21 ayes, 26 nays. Nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. Next amendment. Which ones? Okay, the motion is made, the next four amendments offered by, wait a minute. Oh, the amendment offered by Mr. Guthrie, Mr. Fulcher.
Ms. Fox's First Amendment.
Ms. Fox's First Amendment.
And Ms. Fox's Fourth Amendment.
Ms. Fox's Fourth Amendment. Be considered in block. Without objection, those four amendments will be considered en bloc. That is the Guthrie, Fulcher, First Fox Amendment, and the Fourth Fox Amendment. Clerk, call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes no. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Chicano? Mr. Chicano votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSagne? Mrs. Sagne votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes no. Mrs. McBath? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes no. Ms. Shalala? Ms. Shalala votes no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Omar? Ms. Omar votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Stevens? Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes no. Mrs. Strahan? Mrs. Strahan votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes no. Mrs. Fox?
Aye.
Mrs. Fox votes aye. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Bank? Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker votes aye. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor votes aye. Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins votes aye. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes aye.
Anyone not recorded? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 21 yeas, 26 nays.
21 ayes, 26 nays on the Guthrie, Fulcher, Fox Amendment involving violent conduct, and Fox Amendment on first collective bargaining agreement. The noes have it, and those amendments are not adopted.
Now it's Walker 1, Fox 34, and then Fox 5. Those are in block.
The next is on the Walker, on block, Walker Amendment and the Fox Amendment involving additional annual financial reports. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes no. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Chicano? Mr. Chicano votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSanya? Mr. DeSanya votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes no. Mrs. McBath? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes no. Ms. Shalala? Ms. Shalala votes no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar? Mr. Omar votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Stevens? Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes no. Mr. Strahan? Mr. Strahan votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes no. Mrs. Fox?
Aye.
Mrs. Fox votes aye. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker votes aye. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor votes aye. Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins votes aye. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes aye.
Anyone not recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 21 yeas, 26 nays.
21 ayes, 26 nays, and nays have it, and those amendments are not adopted. There are two final amendments, Fox 31 and 32, involving limits in voter registration lists and collective bargaining over health care benefits. Clerk will call a roll.
Chairman Scott?
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis? Mrs.
Wait a minute,
Davis
excuse me,
votes.
whoa. Are these not in block? No. Okay, there's objection to having in block. The Fox Amendment involving limits to voter registration list is before us now. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes no. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Chicano? Mr. Chicano votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSanya? Mr. DeSanya votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild? No. Ms. Wild votes no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes no. Mrs. McBath? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes no. Ms. Shalala? Ms. Shalala votes no. Mr. Levin? No. Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Stevens? Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes no. Mr. Strahan? Mr. Strahan votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes no. Mrs. Fox?
Aye.
Mrs. Fox votes aye. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker votes aye. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor votes aye. Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins votes aye. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes aye.
Is anyone not recorded? If not, clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 21 yeas, 26 nays.
21 ayes, 26 nays, and nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. This is a final rolled vote on the Fox Amendment involving collective bargaining over health care. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes no. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Chicano? Mr. Chicano votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSanya? Mr. DeSanya votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes no. Mrs. McBath? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes no. Ms. Shalala? Ms. Shalala votes no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Stevens? Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes no. Mr. Trahan? Mrs. Trahan votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes no. Mrs. Fox?
Aye.
Mrs. Fox votes aye. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker votes aye. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor votes aye. Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins votes aye. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes aye.
Is anyone not recorded? Is anyone not recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 21 yeas, 26 nays.
21 ayes, 26 nays. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. That was the last amendment. The question now occurs on the amendment nature of a substitute as amended. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no.
No.
Appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment in nature of a substitute is agreed to. There being no other members to speak on the bill, I now entertain a motion to report the bill and recognize The gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Mr. Chairman, I move the Committee on Education and Labor report the bill H.R. 2474 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute and with a recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended do pass.
Question now occurs on reporting H.R. 2474 as amendment to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. and a
Mr.
recorded
Chairman,
vote
I'd
is-
like a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
Aye.
Chairman Scott votes aye. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes aye. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes aye. Ms. Fudge? Ms. Fudge votes aye. Mr. Sablan? Mr. Sablan votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Chicano? Mr. Chicano votes aye. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. DeSagne? Mr. DeSagne votes aye. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes aye. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes aye. Mrs. McBath? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Underwood?
Aye.
Ms. Underwood votes aye. Mrs. Hayes? Mrs. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Shalala? Ms. Shalala votes aye. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes aye. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes aye. Ms. Stevens? Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Lee votes aye. Mrs. Trahan? Mrs. Trahan votes aye. Mr. Castro? Order. Mr. Castro votes aye. Mrs. Fox?
No.
Mrs. Fox votes no. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker votes no. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor votes no. Mr. Watkins? Mr. Watkins votes no. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes no.
Is anyone not recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 26 yeas, 21 nays.
26 ayes, 21 nays. The ayes have it, and the motion to report is passed. The bill is reported to the House of Representatives. The H.R. 2474 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that the quorum is present. As unanimous consent, the staff be authorized to make necessary and technical and quorum changes to the bill as amended pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L. I give notice to all members that they have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. Is there any other business to come before the committee? If not, without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Good job, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you.
All right.